what you want here.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get that, put it on letterhead, assign it and get it to Tara.
So before we go any farther in the minutes, we gotta make a note real quick that, the meeting with Doug Rowan was canceled.
Yeah,
Really?
They're gonna
send a hard copy.
The law you're setting in, I think, changed everybody's attitude.
Yeah, we had our lawyer sitting here. So they.
It wasn't our lawyer.
Department, not our lawyer. It's NextEra's. So the Department of Revenue figures they gotta saddle up with the legal too, so they won't do anything without legal too.
Everybody's covering their butts.
Yeah,
And now our contract with our legal says they won't represent us if we get sued.
What's that?
Mako won't represent you, right?
No. The ones they want a contract with. Say if we get sued, they won't
Oh, yeah.
defend us.
Dan's gonna be in to talk to you guys about
Yeah,
that.
so,
I
hey, we
think
got Dan Wright sitting here. Dan hasn't said that he can't handle it. That's Dan Wright's call.
I have had a couple of phone calls on that. Why are we hiring out of office people when we're paying somebody to take care of that?
Cause supposedly somebody accused Dan Wright of working for NextEra.
When you're paying somebody 80,000 to do a job and he's done pretty doggone good so far, why not continue with him?
Well, he's into emergency zoning right now in Miles City, and he's their attorney. He knows about zoning.
For the city? Is that what you're
Yeah.
doing?
Can
He's
we,
putting a moratorium on.
can we change our motion that we had?
We can do anything we want.
Oh, I'm all for that.
And it might not be legal.
Let's get.
is that why they don't wanna represent you if you get sued?
Well, they say,
Maybe I'm wrong about who sent that letter. The stuff I was thinking about came from T. Berman,
That's it.
and that extension would have came from her or from Sabrina. I couldn't
I
catch
think it
it.
would have come from Tara.
Okay, so we have a contract amendment. She sent so many different things. I'm not-
he's got like 5 different things she sent here.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of things. I printed them all off, but I don't know which one is which, so.
Why don't you print them all off again and we'll get rid of what we don't need?
Oh, how about I find what we need and then I'll print it off?
Well,
Yeah.
if you wanna be
It's got
particular
Yellowstone
about it.
County stuff on there and everything.
And a Department of Commerce, Treasurer State Endowment Program, contract amendment.
We just need a one-page letter,
But
simple,
that was all.
asking for an extension of TSEP. That's all we gotta do.
That's my understanding. That's what we've done in the past for like a planning grant.
Well, she said she sent it.
PDR or anything.
Have you got a
The
copy?
last time we had this meeting, Department of Commerce said they didn't need an extension. That everything was okay. Now they
No, she
changed.
did say we needed an extension. She said it needed to be by the end of the year.
Mhm.
She did say that.
I
My
remember
question is,
saying
what are they
something.
funding and if Western Federal Lands, that you have no match with Western Federal Lands?
We made a
Yes,
deal, we said we'd spend the $165,000. Still as part of the cost share and the preliminary engineering,
160.
160, yeah.
With Western Federal.
Yeah.
Lands. So you have that component of it, but the construction component is 100% covered by that.
Right,
Okay. I was just like, MSEP is being,
Overly cautious.
they're just complicating the project a little bit, like when Beck
They got too many
Talked up.
people that need a job.
about if you can't do this bid method or that bid method. They're just used to one way and that's the only way they want to see it. They don't want to take the time to understand, because it's not a design build like she thought. I mean, it's an alternative procurement method that he listed that MDT's used, and counties use it, like architects use it all the time for their buildings. It's like a qualifications-based selection of a contractor.
It's a
kind of,
pre-qualification.
yeah,
type
it's kind of
thing.
what,
Yeah.
what they're doing, and then the contractors then still have to submit bids. So it
It
should
just
work
gives
just
them a
fine. It
pool,
just
doesn't
gives
it?
them, it just gives MSEP a bunch of additional work to review it and sign off on, so they don't wanna do it. That's why I was asking the question, like, why do you need them involved anymore? Just say, we'll give the money back, but if you have to pay a certain amount to Western Federal Lands and MSEP's covering that, then that makes sense, but
What'd we do with our next year calendar, Harry, do you know?
I'm gonna get what you put ahead.
he's still working on 2007 over there.
Is it, do we just reverse that calendar, or did we already do that once?
I don't remember, yeah.
Well, you had it laying right out here, when I left. When I left you in free charge of that,
You did, that's what you did.
because you're in charge of it anyway. Is there anything on the back of that one?
So it's the one gallon,
23.
Oh,
it flipped it already.
Yeah.
You been down and looked at the bridge?
We're up running plank.
Yeah, did I send you?
I think I've seen some pictures of it.
Are they coming up?
Well, they're not coming up.
the nails are coming up, aren't they?
Tear it up the
The
edges.
screws are working up?
Yeah, you can see them.
Yeah, that
I
probably
know,
wires
I
off the
remember
edge.
what we did.
Tearing up the edges of them.
Oh,
Cause it's not that creosote treated stuff, and it's only 2x. If it was 3x, it probably would.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
That's, I mean,
Yeah.
Probably in the
we know
soft.
we're coming up, we're
With
coming
Right.
off of this
Right,
thing.
but there's, yeah,
That was just a cost versus, yeah,
Yeah.
you say typically we do a 3x or.
I'm gonna color those in.
I was going to,
There's your yellow marker, and I'll tell you,
you got your,
I got my deal.
okay.
Well, I can get out of your guidance area here and gotta get to.
You can stick around, we'll holler at you. Sure.
Yesterday morning, they were pretty terrible.
well, you were over here, you come yesterday morning.
Yeah, I was in Miles City yesterday at 9 for a meeting, so.
Last night I come into Miles City at about 8 o'clock and it was pretty good.
Yeah, cleared off. That
Yeah.
from Pompey's Pillar to Hysham Hills was packed snow and ice the whole way. I was down to 55, 60. for that
Well, I
whole
was turning
section.
a corner
Yesterday
between
morning.
here and Fallon, and then my pickup wouldn't
What's that?
turn.
Not
That's normal speed for me.
on the interstate at 80.
55.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I drove.
It was pretty slick, yeah. then it got slick again on the new pavement there. The new paved section there
Oh,
between
yeah.
Forsyth and Miles City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
they've been-
Yesterday morning, and then the afternoon I went down to Broadus, and it was clear all the way down that way.
Yeah, they're showing anything close to Miles City was good.
Yeah,
When you got close to Miles City, but anything.
yeah, I'm hoping, well, I got to drive into a 60-mile-an-hour headwind today to
You think that drive?
home,
can
get
be
home, but
Yeah,
hopefully it
15.
melts everything. It's supposed to be like 40 something everywhere, it looks like, so. But yeah, I have a meeting at noon with Rosebud County, so
Okay,
wanted to, I guess I was in the area, figured I'd drop this off and.
Well, thank you.
Thanks for the year. We really appreciate you guys, so.
We'll appreciate you more when this is all done.
Right? I don't have any involvement with this one. Excuse me?
And you did your.
And it helps, Jeff, that makes sense, like, I don't know if he took the grout bags or the riprap from our conversation last time, but I mean, that's what's been installed and used by MDP, so.
19,
well, I could see with the ice, problems,
28.
maybe that'd be a little different.
Well, how's the
original option, how's it got cables and stuff?
Yeah, have you seen those articulated mats? They're just concrete blocks that are like this.
They look
this
like a
tall.
play mat.
Yeah, they FWD's use them for like boat ramps in some locations and stuff.
I got.
But
They're
they're
flexible.
they're cabled together with like maybe a 1/2 inch cable or something between all the blocks, and they come in sheets. I don't know how wide they are, 6
Yeah, I
feet
suppose what
wide.
is there, 3 to 4 inches
Yeah.
between the blocks
Yep,
and they're connected.
and they're connected together, so they lay down the mats and then you can connect them.
Aren't they kind of like those hazmats that they used to use on, airfields?
That I don't know.
Hmm.
Well,
But the way they had it in there, I thought maybe they could get away with it, cause they had it kind of angled away from the pier, and so they would have been buried in where the existing ground is now. They would have been buried like 6, 8 feet.
Yeah.
So it'd be a lot of scour and ice to get.
well,
underneath it,
and most of the
lift it
time
up.
when the ice is over the top of that anyway, usually. You know,
It's on the deep end.
Yeah,
so, I mean, most of this stuff's gonna be on the water most of the time, so.
April.
yeah.
So when the ice comes up, we're going over the top of it. 23.
Yeah.
Surprised how much you put anything in there with any type of iron at all in the water.
That's probably
Or
where they're a
cement.
little
Or even bags.
worried about
I
it.
mean, that stuff's gonna come off the top, you know, if they're bags filled with
It's grout,
concrete
it's
or whatever.
concrete, yeah.
grout, you know, that's just gonna wear off and float down the river.
May.
But it's
Yeah.
not iron,
Right.
iron rebar, anything on the rebar, you can't. put
21,
anything
20.
about.
Yeah. So,
So that,
well, hopefully
that throws out used cars.
yeah. The
They
good,
used to
the
do
good
that.
rip rap,
They
yeah.
used to do that.
Well, there's
Yeah.
still a bunch of them.
Look at the backside of Ulrich's.
Yeah.
Well, you look at parts of the river were lined with cars where it would
Yeah.
start to.
There's still
erode
a
and-
bunch right behind the golf course on Tongue River.
Those are historic artifacts now, but
Yeah,
yeah,
they are.
can't move
Yeah, they're
them.
over 50 years old.
Yeah.
18.
Yeah,
27.
so,
There's a BLM range con from here out south, and she figured that she was probably the one that threw the can. It was a Great Falls Select can, and she picked it up. An archaeologist was there when they were doing an environmental assessment and told her to drop it.
Hmm.
50 years, over 50 years old, leave it alone. No joke.
that's crazy.
She was, aghast, is that the word?
She said, I was just trying to pick up the litter. She said, I probably threw it there.
Oh, that's funny.
Hey, Brandon? Yeah. After the holidays, I'll try to get planned stuff and get Caleb and Adrian, Aiden. Planned stuff and meet some great grandsons of mine, maybe they go spend their equipment over there.
Well, there you go.
I think it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Expand everybody's horizon. a little bit.
Yeah, there you go.
But I'll
Get
make
my shy
contact.
kids out,
I'll
introduce the other kids.
give you a call and see if you're fed up and can make something.
Yeah, sounds good. Are you stuck in here, Todd, or I got?
Yeah, for just a few more minutes, I guess. I ain't got really nothing to report. But I
July.
don't know what you guys got for me. This can't be right.
Well, it's too dry to blade. It's frozen.
Yeah.
We're still blading though. Oh,
Not right now, but we were last week.
That'd be pretty tough.
23,
It is.
30, the whole day.
Public seems to be happy that we're out trying to
You're
do
right,
something with them. We only got 3, 4 more days and we'll have the county pretty much covered for this fall. I gotta fix some holes up on Cherry Creek and then we'll try blade from your wide down to the pavement.
There's a hell of a, last night when I come home in the dark, there was a hell of a hole, close to that big field coming out of Custer County, the Prairie County.
Oh,
It's in on
Rock Roads? Yeah, we're gonna try to get up to gravel and some of
It was massive.
2027.
Well, there's a couple good massive ones
Okay, you wanna go to
further on
the
Cherry Creek from there.
3?
From Caprock, west of Caprock Road. A couple there over by the Henderson place.
30.
We're gonna try to get them. There's not much traffic out there, so I don't worry
No,
too much about it, but.
22.
no, I was the first one to drive across there in days, I think last night.
Yeah.
I tell
1926.
tell Susan when I say, if you think somebody's gonna come along and change your tire, you gotta fly. You're gonna be disappointed.
Might be late a week or two, yeah. No, we plan on getting that fixed. I don't know when it's gonna happen.
Do you have the
Tomorrow's gonna be cold.
conference down in September?
I got two trucks that are
We have a con.
heavy February days,
Yeah, there's one in February and one in September.
I don't think they have it posted yet, but
26, 27, 28.
Of February.
Posted.
I guess you got a cat phone or something?
Yeah.
I can go out and get it, and then.
What is it?
26, 27, 28.
Me and Helena, we'll see you over there.
all right.
See ya, Brandon.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks for the basket.
Yeah, I don't have anything in, well, when is that? September?
Yeah,
16, 17, 18 is what I got.
I don't think that's right.
Okay, you pick.
I'm not gonna do it.
Big chicken.
Yep. Before I forget, we have two chairs in the courtroom that the seats are tore up. Can we get them repaired? Dale thought it'd be about $50 a piece.
Yeah, let's do it.
Are you guys here for the
Oh.
Department of Revenue thing? They canceled.
They canceled, they want legal there, and they're gonna write us a hard copy.
They were concerned because NextEra's attorney wanted that information. They froze up. And now they'll send a hard copy to us. They didn't want to meet because they legal need to be with them and they didn't know what was gonna happen. I guess they were afraid that NextEra's legal was gonna be here.
What would that matter?
I don't see that.
Well, you have to ask them, we don't know, they just said they weren't gonna participate in the call, that they were gonna give us a hard copy of what we asked.
And he sent the email at 8:30 this morning.
Well, I mean, I guess. Constituents make up the county makes up the state. And then, so what is the timeline for hard copy, or are they gonna ever do a Zoom with you then, explain it, or?
What do you
Says, I
think?
apologize for the late notice. But the department is not planning to participate in the conference call this morning. Instead, we are in the process of putting together a written response. We hope to have the document sent your way by today, but it's still in the final stages of review. They're a little jumpy.
I'll make you guys.
Merry Christmas. I don't understand what's there to be jumpy about.
I think it's taxable values.
Well, they're just doing their job. I don't know how you get sued for doing your job.
That's common sense.
Well,
We're dealing with government people. Who the hell knows?
I mean, send a request, they fill it out, send it back. What's the big deal? We'll find out, I guess. Might be today though, huh?
Yeah, they said they tried to get it out today.
So who's there legal? Attorney General?
No, I think they have internal. Department of Revenue have their own legal.
Thought I borrowed those blazing back for quick.
Did you borrow?
Yeah,
You gonna bring them back more out?
we'll find that.
Can you get some up?
This is
I
your
backed up.
Merry
and then
Christmas.
Dumped it over.
They're pretty damn good. I just loaded them up more than God.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, gee. But I've always wanted to read to my kid.
Oh, good. I'm gonna start ordering the 4 footers and 3 footers.
Then this will be riveting, I'm sure.
Revenue.
Well, no.
Or-
Just some thoughts.
Oh, okay.
And that's beginning, those are just the things that come to the surface, but there's gonna be more in depth.
So, not to interrupt, but what is the plan for the next couple of hours? Is it outside?
Well, I don't really have anything for them other than
No, he's pretty much done.
pretty much, yeah, unless you guys had
Do you
something.
have anything else?
No, you just accept. I need to get a hold of Carissa, because we still haven't got our deficit figured out. I'd asked about that. They said in November, now they said in
Yeah,
December.
and she was
So I'm gonna
supposed to get
contact
it.
her,
done.
Okay,
and I'll keep you in the email.
okay.
And at a point, you and I need to, and I'll call Jason, we're gonna talk to Jason Stroh, cause he'd mentioned that there's some road policy issues that they screwed up on that if this
Little
comes
info.
to, that he wanted to sit down with us and explain in detail what happened to their roads.
Oh, the railroads we saw in Custer County, were under, if they got any blowed snow at all, they were drifted in.
Would be.
They below the prairie.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and Dennis and I went and drove a bunch of them and they seemed to be okay, but I think they just freshly bladed everything.
Yeah, they just explained everything out.
And it, there's no binder in that gravel to take it on there, so. I mean, that's just stuff that I think Jason wants to discuss with us and whatnot. We need to.
They probably hauled it out of that same gravel pit they got all
For the concrete bit stuff, yeah.
yeah, they were going down there toward Moon Creek.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just no binder in it. We gotta make sure that things are done right. What we want.
Well, all I wanted to mention, I'll make contact with them and, yeah, we'll from there. There's something else I need to talk to you about. I called you, but you're
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah, went to the board meeting and then, of course, I got done listening to it and deleted it. And now I forgot what you said.
Days, Todd.
So did
You
I.
getting old or something?
So did I. What
Yeah, I
did he
know one of them was about Jason. And then one of them was about getting the deficit stuff figured out, but you had 3 things, and I don't remember what that third one is.
I'll go back and look.
But, and then, the only other thing I wanna know where you were at with your seed deal.
With the what?
Your seed for that.
Oh, that was the
You
other
want me
thing.
to order it or you want?
You just order it because I've
Okay.
called this guy. I've stopped and saw him twice and I've emailed him. He's got all the information. He just can't do it.
Customer service ain't with a shit with this guy.
Came in the mail.
No, so just
And this guy in North
Yeah.
Dakota, customer service is great,
Prairie County Commissioners.
so.
then that's right.
My
I'm
cat
tired of dealing
contact.
with this shit for customer service.
Did you check on
You
that?
get them all.
Yeah, I got one ordered over here. They're supposed to call me when it's in, but I haven't, that's been 2 weeks ago, so I don't know if it's in yet or what's going on. so.
Sure.
But it's ordered.
Hey, quick question for
Was
Tom.
that coming from Lindsay and?
Mr. Chairman, if we could. You guys must have been talking about,
Oh, okay.
impacts from wind development.
No, I don't think I
So,
got it either.
like,
I
your
thought it was-
opinion and the commissioners also,
That's the ones that.
Prairie County has a road haul agreement.
Conference call were all the ones from you. And
Road haul
I would
agreement,
call
so
Sabrina and find out. Okay,
how's that binding?
or Lindsay, yeah.
Should it be a permit?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I think
That's
it should.
legal.
Perfect. Oh, no problem.
Because what did they say they had to come and do anything?
Oh, they don't.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't wanna have a campaign change.
What's
That's
the
what-
difference between a permit and an agreement?
Well, they can't
There's the
do
thing,
industrial
yeah.
development until they have a permit. Agriculture is exempt. We're talking massive industrial development and ag appraised land. I'm not sure Prairie County is zoned for ag, it's not,
No, we're not zoned for ag,
we're not zoned for ag, but it's appraised ag.
praise ag.
It's not development land, so if we're gonna have a permit, then we actually have some teeth, otherwise we have no teeth.
Do you have the authority to? You have the authority to, give them a permit?
ask for a permit.
Yeah, it's a public road.
No, but listen,
They don't have-
changing it, because our roads are built up for farm to market, not commercial like we're talking with cranes and those things. So I think we have standing to do that.
1967.
What do? You have to go to the Department of Transportation.
No, they don't have anything to do with our roads. We can just do it ourselves as a
The chairman,
county.
They said GVWs on our bridges.
1967, look up the ordinance, Prairie County Commissioner put in place, balance flat. Anything over 30,000 pounds was impounded. Because concerns came in from the locals that the roads are getting tore up. Not sure what it was. It might have been from oil development. It might have been some big trucks. from-
What year?
67, probably.
That's when they did the high grade clear to Harold Gobbs.
So what, so.
They were gonna pave the
An
rest of that.
ordinance, absolutely, in my opinion, can come into play to say if you're gonna do X, you have to do Y. And you have to do by A, B, C, D, E, and F. Because if we don't have any authority, we're stuck.
Well, that's what, part of the reason we gotta go talk to Jason. Because we know what they didn't do, what they wish they would have done, you know.
Well, I mean, if we don't have any authority, they can just come in and do what they want, and they don't have to do anything.
And who's gonna give us the authority?
The commissioners have.
We have
Do we
authority
just
over these
take it?
roads.
Or we just take it?
Well,
Make an ordinance.
it's, you're the
You're
executive.
gonna have to post GVWs, you start down this road.
Well, that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta do, we can't, after they get done, if we got a bunch of crap out there, that ain't good.
Yeah, but this is a
We got
different, this is
farmers
a
and
different deal
ranchers that
coming
are-
to our county.
Yeah.
This isn't just farm to
Gonna
market.
be
This is
over
a-
the
This is
GVWs.
industrial development, and that plan has to change, because just like Point Bruce said, when you come to town, you might have 2 or 3 trucks hauling grain. They're gonna have 200 vehicles a day, and a lot of these are gonna be heavy weighty trucks. We just have to address that, because it's gonna affect our roads, and we need to just do it right up front. That's what I think, or we're just gonna we're gonna be at the wrong end of that next era. And I'm sure they're good people. I'm sure everything they're telling us the truth, but this will just kind of help with it.
I guess I consider, some research into that, what the county has and authority as far as, an ordinance for industrial development and ag value property. That's what it boils down to, I mean. I don't know, is there any agriculture use that would need to have a road haul agreement?
Well, when the beet trucks were getting too heavy and loaded down too much, my dad went back and got a law that changed in statute to allow them to be overweight during beet harvest with beet trucks, but then they just went from being 120% over to 140% over.
Well, what they allowed us to do, and that's a good point, Todd, is because on secondary roads, not the freeway, because couldn't do that, but when we haul down, they give us a 20% over.
20% over.
Yeah, they give us 20% over.
That was my
only
dad's
that-
bill.
That season, to haul our beef in, because we could overload like 20% and no foul, no harm.
Yeah, but North
But that
Dakota,
wasn't on the freeway.
North Dakota puts on weight restrictions all the time, in the spring.
In the spring, that one.
And that's on ag.
And I think,
That's a frost category, isn't it?
Yeah.
well, yeah. It is, but yeah, I mean, they do it in the spring to hold the roads up, and it's only for a couple of weeks. That they put that on. Then lift it.
Right. So that's agriculture situations that we all
Yeah.
deal with every day, have been dealing with for a long time. I mean, there's weight limits in bridges in Dawson County we go across all the time.
We got them here.
So I think it's something to look at as far as going down this road, making a permit of some type, and how that permit comes into fruition, I don't know. Maybe it's certain money changes.
Well, on my notes, and I've sent it to you guys, I just wrote a note about that, and what I think, that this isn't farm market, this is commercial. I think when they move in, prior to construction, they build these roads up. And during construction, they maintain these roads and then when they're done, then they can fall back on the county. But
That's part of our conversation when they come to us to see what we want, isn't it?
Yeah, but
They don't have to.
they're not doing that.
they've been here for 5 years and we weren't important until they're getting a little closer.
We weren't important until the landowners got shook.
Well, we need to be right up front and address this thing. Because
We could have
they
known.
waited a long
beforehand.
time. If they'd been here 5 years ago, I'd felt a lot better about the situation, dealing about handshakes and agreements, but right now, we're right up against the construction period in the year, it's gonna happen pretty quick.
Yeah, I know, it's been 4 or 5 years ago, I talked to some landowners out there, Ken Lyle and Dean, and they said, Jay, the wind farm's coming in, and I come in here, and, hey, you guys hear about the wind farm, and you guys, no, I ain't heard nothing. You'd think you guys would have heard something about it before these landowners, but they're being sneaky about it.
They're straight up snakes.
That's what
Was it part of the non-disclosure on the contract,
Far as,
telling somebody about this?
Talking about it.
it, you know, I think it might have been Commissioner Kellner that asked the lead developer in the meeting over here in November for a copy of a contract,
I did.
and he got pretty bristly and said, well, you know, let's have a contract. And I think he
Confidential.
asked him for a sample. I have a contract that's a sample contract.
Nebraska.
No, I have a contract that's the exact contract sample of the one everybody signed.
Oh, I thought,
And I can produce that in 15 minutes. But has Glendive Wind or Nextera offered up a sample contract?
the only thing I've seen was that pile of papers that you gave us had a
Yeah,
Nebraska
I
one
gave
in
these
it.
from but,
Yeah,
and so I could give you a contract and you could read it. But as far as disclosure, I think the only thing that says in the contract disclosure, we can't talk about terms and money and. But it's not public knowledge. I mean, everything that we've signed is
is it filed?
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's filed in the clerk and recorder's office.
So all the leases are filed?
Jason Strope said he saw it.
I have a copy of all the leases that have been filed last summer of everybody in Prairie Dawson County. Public knowledge, I got it. So I mean, it's there. So yeah, I mean, everybody can tell you that it's lease. I just can't tell you details, but I have a copy of the lease. A nondescript one, you know, but doesn't have names or people, but it's the same thing.
It's unsigned or unitemized.
Just like the one I gave you
Mm.
for a good neighbor agreement. Yeah, it's not, it's, you can tell people your lease, yeah. Public knowledge.
Well, nobody,
Nobody was overly concerned about it,
well, wait a minute.
yes?
Well, because,
That's not my thought.
but to that point, there's been wind leases for, I'm not gonna say 20 years, but at least 15. In Prairie County.
Hmm.
And there hasn't been any development. There's been oil leases for a long time in Prairie County, and there's only been
Yeah.
a little bit of development, but there's been oil leases. Go back in the 60s, maybe the 50s, I don't know, but.
We had oil leases in the 70s.
So I mean, just because, you know, people lease, they're not worried about it because nothing's ever happened.
Same old, same old.
But then you didn't know, people haven't understood what could happen, what can happen and all the stuff that's coming with it. I think that's the difference, and that's Mr. Berger's points from the beginning.
Well, there's been a learning curve in this since we've become involved this last spring. We had the two meetings, one earlier out of session because they had to be somewhere else, and the other one, remember the guys from the Broadview bench that talked to us about wind. And at this point, there is a lot of information out there. This guy, Kevin Mattis, or however it is, that was on the radio. He had a lot of credibility. He's a commissioner. They were Johnny come lately. It's the same scenario as what happened to our county. They came in and leased up 5 years later. now it becomes known, now this county's playing catch up. And man, that video, did you see that video of his? It's an hour.
I've seen some of them, yeah.
It's an hour of information, 5 different things to be aware of, and then an hour of question and answer. But man, oh man, that's where part of this information come from, and that was just some highlights that he spoke of. That wasn't the package itself. And it's already laid out because counties have done this that are dealing with this, and the why they're doing it. This is a different dog. And if it just affects you, you can do whatever you want, but if it affects him, it's a different dog because his private property comes into this thing. And so we do have an obligation to protect people's private property. And how does that look? I don't know, but if we sit down and talk together, we can figure that out. But I think these guys that have already learned, like in Michigan, this Kevin, I think we should listen to what he has to say and see if we can copy paste, make something.
Yeah, there's no use recreating the wheel.
Well, you see what he says, see what we agree upon and don't agree with, and how this affects us, because I just don't think a handshake works in this situation, that we can just come and say, gee, will you do this? Oh, yeah, we'll do this. They don't live here. They're not from here. They don't know us. This is gonna affect us different than it's gonna affect, and nothing bad about living in Florida, but Florida or wherever they live, they're not here. And at some point, when I look at what's gone on Casper, and when you see other stories, when these things are decommissioned but aren't decommissioned, these blades, are they just gonna lay them down and leave them there for you? I don't know. On decommissioning, are they gonna leave you all those blades?
Possible.
See?
Well, here's the deal. Next year, I can't even answer that question. We've asked them half a dozen times, what's your decommissioning plan? They have none.
See, from a county standpoint, I believe if you've hauled it in, because these blades are hazardous, toxic, because they don't
It's
go away.
hazardous waste, that's what it is.
In the world I live in, if you hauled it in, you haul it out. We don't want it in our county to have a super fun deal in 25 years. We don't want to do any of those things. Just have it right up front, knowing you're gonna take these things out because you're gonna have a cash bond. And if you don't do it, we will.
Then you go to the legislature and get a sponsor and get the law changed, because the law is that they can wait 15 years before they start bond on private property. This is our responsibility as commissioners to get up to the legislature, find a sponsor, commence wherever it may be, and say, we need this change. That they have to do the same thing as happens on federal ground.
In North Dakota, the Public Service Commission requires a plan of decommissioning when they submit their permits. Montana doesn't.
But there's a pile of stuff as legislators and lay people that we have to get off our butts and go up there and get it done.
Mr. Chairman, to that point, I helped write the bill that will be submitted. But the county also has the power to bond. If we do a road haul agreement, you can require a bond for the road haul, right? So it's all up to the county to look after.
I don't think we have the authority.
You do a road haul agreement bond. I think you have.
What do you think, Dan?
Well,
North Dakota counties do. I'm not sure if North Dakota and the state of Montana are the same, but North Dakota counties do also.
By agreement, sure.
So
The road haul agreement had a bond provision by agreement, sure.
Is it doable?
Bonding is a state issue. Todd's right. It's
Mm.
been my input. It's my input.
So what now did you say?
It's a state issue and Todd is correct.
because they got some cushy lobbyists, they got up there and got some freebies, they got their taxable value is dramatically
Reduce.
reduced. The bonding that they had to do up, they waited till the 15th year before they could bond, whereas on federal and I don't know if it's that way on state or not, but I think it is.
I think so.
Have to
We also
bond.
have an offer of an agreement to bond at day one. I don't know why we're ignoring that.
They made the offer.
Yeah,
Yes, they did.
In lieu of tax.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think that.
I don't
No.
think that was meant.
well, the 25%.
Part of their ask, but they're also offering to bond on day one.
I
We're still
mean,
negotiating that, I would hope.
I would think so.
Well, I mean, I don't know if the offer is negotiating or this is what the offer is. Cause if they're gonna come on, so we'll give this, and we want this.
That hasn't been accomplished yet.
There's been no
Correct.
negotiations that I'm aware of.
Well, they've made this offer and our counter offer needs to be everything that we're gonna demand from them. And that would be a road haul agreement with bonding. Money in case dues come up, they're gonna have to bond for it. These windows
back.
aren't, the tax,
Setbacks are big.
there's no negotiating on that. We're getting the full tax. When these wind towers go up, decommissioning, that's gotta be in there, period. In
A
this-
decommissioning plan with a bond.
But this is what we want. No, this is what we want. This is what we demand. You hauled it in, you haul it out. We need to be stringent about what we're asking for because it's all legitimate stuff that they're legitimate concerns.
Do we work that up and present it to them now, or do we wait for them to come to us?
And one other thing I did want to bring up is they talked about decommissioning and salvage value. They would bond the difference. No, it costs $4.5 million to put the thing up, bond it, cash for 100 or 400 or 4.5 million, just what it's worth. We don't care about salvage value. That's your deal. We want it bonded so it's taken care of from start to finish. And then what Todd said a couple weeks ago is look at this every 2 years and for inflation, figure that cost number about.
Reviewable ever blank years, yeah.
Well, there should be some type of an agreement. There should be an inflationary factor put into the agreement.
But I guess the point to, since Mr. Berger's come forward in October is all this sounds great, but what if they say no?
We say no.
On what authority do you say no? They can go ahead. They don't have to do anything. with
They'll
the
have to-
agreement. They don't have to do
They'll have
anything.
to sue us, I guess.
No, they don't.
They can just go build.
You would you'd put zoning in place if you
Yeah,
negotiate
they
this
didn't
agreement.
negotiation fell through, you just don't.
The ball's in our court on negotiations. They've made an offer. It's our job to review and make a counter offer. So that's that they've placed the ball in our court for that agreement. We need to be working on our growth policy regardless. That should be
Yeah,
getting underway. And then we have time to work on those negotiations. And if they fail, put zoning in place.
Well, that's why I'm asking for zoning now, because we know damn well these guys are gonna say no.
We have time.
You.
We have plenty of time to negotiate this agreement.
Not when construction starts in 2026, from what they say. I can guarantee you they're gonna start next summer doing it.
The growth
Word of mouth
policy
is
has to
nothing
happen
with these
first.
guys.
The growth policy has to happen first. That's in the works. There is not an emergency for interim zoning. There's just not. We can.
According to Mako.
According to me too, and I think according to anyone who looks at the facts and understands that we have written assurances.
So there's
that break the
any
ground
health
for a
concerns, it's
year.
not an emergency, period.
What are you mitigating that's going to happen within the next 12 months that can't be accomplished through the regular zoning process?
You won't be able to get zoning done within a year, Dan.
Yes, we
period.
can.
No,
The-
not
Absolutely.
when January was brought up about the tax abatements here, and you haven't even come up with an official decision.
I'm not making decisions, they are, but there
But you're
is
the
time.
legal advice,
We've made a decision.
not an official.
There hasn't been an application, has there? There's been an
No,
application for
there's
abatement.
not.
There's no decision to make until there's been an application.
There
I
are
think they've
steps to
asked
be
for it.
followed.
They have not applied for it. They have not applied.
They
for it.
might have asked for it, but we have.
They're going to ask for it, but they have not applied for it.
I,
That is when the county reviews and responds, is once they've applied. for it.
I think the one thing to understand that nobody has come forth with an answer, because it depends on who you talk to, is that the Dan's point, and what the letter they presented on the 5th,
Mm-hmm.
which I was gonna talk about in public comment. Maybe I can talk about it later here, but so that if they don't start construction, let's say till January 26th, okay, for a year. But they have all the permits in place, which are very few permits they need to have. They get the one from DEQ, which is just basically a simple construction permit. That's it. FAA permit. That's about the end of the road for permits. Well, they have to get, well, they'll have to get a little bit of BLM, because I don't think they can get across without going across a little bit of BLM, with transmission, if they go that way. But the point is, if they have permits in place and have minimal construction, can anyone guarantee that when we go to have a negotiation, a bilateral agreement, and they say, no, we don't like the county's offer, we're gonna go ahead and build the county interim zones. Next, Glendive Wind comes back and says, we have our permits, we're grandfathered in. That is the case that I think was very cleverly played out in the letter on the 5th. Trying to hook, line, and sinker the county commissioners into thinking, yeah, we're not gonna build for a year, go ahead and do what you guys wanna do. They will slow play out a bilateral agreement so they can get their permits in place. Permits in place, from the people I've talked to in other states that have dealt with this, a judge will say they have their permits, or judges have said, they have their permits, they're grandfathered out of any zoning. And so all the concerns have been brought forth by people will be thrown out the window. So that is the point, is why waiting may not be good.
What permits for what land would they have to get a permit for?
They might have to get, if they want to take the power west, they're gonna have to get across BLM somewhere.
Okay, that permit, what else?
The DEQ had a simple, it's like a rain runoff construction permit, it's hardly anything.
Those permits don't prevent the county from enacting land use regulations and imposing them. Those permits don't grandfather anything. Unless they have something from the county that says they're good to go, they're not good to go. And we can impose land use at any point up till that
But
development.
what
And
if-
interim zoning, if there's an emergency such as ground is gonna be breaking and we don't have an agreement together, that's when interim zoning is appropriate.
In respect though, Dan, I mean, what permit do they have to have from the county?
They don't. That's what we're
Right.
negotiating is an agreement, which I do think needs to be actively negotiated. But there are no other permits unless the county does impose or adopt zoning, which the commissioners have not yet made a decision on.
You know, so the FAA permit, siting permit, that's the big permit they have to have. Where they gotta put them, because they have to have all that determined, that's what they're doing this fall. So they're going out, driving around, saying, yeah, this, we're gonna stick it. And they get permission from FAA. That's the big one. And that takes the time. The power line stuff, I guess, you know, unless they decide to hook into WAPA or they change something else around. Or they go into Macomb and back into Custer and circumvent BLM, which they very well could. Then they won't need to have BLM.
But they'd have to go back to a private citizen and get that permit to cross covered property with the power line.
Correct. And
They're worth $157 billion. I think they got enough money in their checkbook.
They will,
I think
or
they
they do, but here's what comes into play, something concerning me that we found out last time. Was that they said they don't have the authority for public domain or
Eminent domain.
eminent domain.
today,
But they just took on PP&L with Clearwater as a partner.
Right.
PP&L does have the authority to do
so I mean,
their
today,
utility.
next there does not. So I mean, what they said is actually true. But to your point, Mr. Commissioner, that's a moot point.
If they get into being a common carrier, is that right? You get eminent domain powers?
They have eminent domain power to hook one into the other if there's a gap in the.
That's what happened.
Perhaps, I mean, I'd have to dig into that question.
Maybe,
We've never
but that
dealt with it
May not
before.
be actually needed if they just go around BLM, they go through private and they're there and then that's what it is. So I mean, that might be a point to consider, may not be. The point that I think everybody's trying to raise to the letter that NextEra brought on the 5th. NextEra said, oh, we're not building for a year. That may not matter. And I mean, I've talked to commissioners in North Dakota that deal with this stuff a lot. And I said, hey, what about this circumstance? He's like, the judge will say, well, they have their permits. He might give them a certain amount of time to act and then maybe they might be grandfathered out, but they've had opinions where the judge will say, you got all your permits, you're ready to go, zoning won't affect you, you're grandfathered out.
Right.
So
Yeah,
that,
no.
that is the emergency that Greg talks about. You know, an emergency is a point in time in regards to a circumstance. Is it emergency today that, I can't drive down the road because it's full of snow?
Safety and well-being is an emergency.
It's not emergency unless I have a heart attack and I need to get to town. The emergency is a point in time. The point in time is if they have their permits, when does that day come? And we know it takes so long to do zoning with meetings or a moratorium or whatever happens
Public meeting.
before that time. And we were getting closer to that time when they would have permits. And to your point about we can't do handshakes, Mr. Commissioner, I guess that's one of the reasons I've been showing up is I've had the opportunity to have business dealings with a couple of these companies here lately. And man, I can come in here and fill you guys full of BS and somebody can call me out on it, but I don't think I've said anything is BS. I've been trying to be factual, give you points. And I've made things up. But if I did and you called BS on me, I would take it, right? If I'm gonna come in here and lie to you, then you tell me. Well, I've had business dealings where I sat at the table, put a piece of paper down, and I've been told I'm wrong and I'm a liar from these companies, and I'm 100% not. And so I have experience that would give you, if I could, firsthand. To Greg's point, you can't trust them and you can't do, Mr. Commissioner, deal with a handshake with these guys.
Well, further that point along a little bit, something we heard over in the courtroom a couple weeks ago was talking about the blinky lights. And Ross gave us a very damp handshake. They're gonna apply for the permit to get these that turn on and turn off. That was a very damp handshake on that because the height, and you're gonna get to a certain height, is it 600 or is it gonna be the new 900 or 800 foot that they've talked about? FFA is not gonna approve the permit. They're gonna just look at you and say, oh geez, we're just so sorry. My point of that is, in this agreement right up front, you get your FFA permit before you build anything, or you don't start construction. That has to be in there, or you hold nobody's feet to the fire. You just let them do it to you. That's my concern.
See, my case is they've already broke ground, putting up these weather stations. I have one 2.5 miles
Monitor
south.
towers.
south of my house. That's breaking ground. Now, whether they permitted through you guys or not, I have no idea. You know, when they built that,
Well, they ain't building, they're on trailers, aren't they?
huh?
They're on
Well,
trailers.
there's some towers.
No,
Well, they
No,
put
they're
powers
in the
up.
ground.
Oh, I
yeah.
didn't know about it. I
There
thought-
wasn't a bar
They
up there.
told they told us about them in the meeting, the weather stations. They were very clear about that.
Yeah, there's one in the ditch on the divide.
Yeah, I don't know what that one is, if that's theirs or not.
But you've seen the one by my
Yeah,
place.
and then I've seen, there's one right up on top of the right on
Yeah.
253, but I don't know.
How tall are they?
That one there,
On 253,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
is
don't
that
know.
a camera? Is that a DOT camera?
It could be. I
That's a
don't know.
DOT camera.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what that is?
but the one by
Okay.
me is an
Go
actual
to road
weather.
reports and you can check out the road.
Oh, all right.
And that, I'm gonna say that's just under 700 feet.
700 feet.
That tall. Oh,
There's not a red light on it. Looking at FAA regs, it has to be under 700 feet. It's probably like at 690.
So they poured a base, concrete, wired it, it's down.
It's down.
Oh,
There's guide wires.
it's,
There's four
it,
guide
it
wires.
could be permanent.
I'm assuming it's permanent. It took them a week to put it up. And they were snaky about doing it. They could have drove their equipment right into there, but they didn't. They parked it in the ditch. I filed a report with Sheriff's Department for abandoned trailers that weren't licensed. No, there was not a license plate one on any of these trailers.
Really?
That was just some of the shady shit.
Well, see, that's a fault of mine, because when they were talking about trailers and having this equipment, my assumption was they were just putting these things up on trailers and testing the wind. And
No, this is in
these
the
are
ground.
permanent
It's
type
not-
deals.
Well, there's other ones out there on little trailers. Donnie's got some on his
Yeah.
place I've seen, and
Yeah, there are some with trailers, but this
they're
one
just
has
some
no trailer.
solar panel.
So they can move around and test different spots, I suppose. huh?
No towers or nothing on them. It's
Yeah.
just-
This one here, it goes past, I know it's higher than the hills around it. Cause you can see it, I can see that from Prairie Road when I get up on top from like Liz Conlix, you can see it from there. That's a good 12 miles. Probably.
I thought
Plain as
anything over-
day, and there's not a red light on it.
I
It's
thought anything
breaking
over
through.
200 feet had to have a red light on it, or have a light.
This should definitely have a red light on it.
But I thought
When
he.
I was looking at FAA regulations, I think it's anything under 700 feet, you're not required.
Well, you probably get an exemption, but it should be what I've been told is, and you can Google it, I think over 199 has to have a light, but maybe get an exception.
Well,
They have a
what Todd
big
Tibbetts
orange
said as a
ball.
pilot is 200 feet.
Yeah, you can Google it right now, because I looked it up before, I believe that's correct.
Cause we put lights on a communications tower up by
Yeah.
Blue Mountain, remember a couple of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
Right. Maybe
The only-
because they're
Well,
considering it temporary.
5 years
The only
ago. I
thing
don't
that
remember doing that.
Draws
Here's
attention
4 or
to it are the big orange
We did it
balls
when
on
we
the
were in
guide
Baker.
wires.
Yeah,
There's
that
8
was
of those,
the,
there's 2 on each
before I
guide
got
wire.
You think that thing's 700 feet? They'd have to, they'd
It's
have,
gotta be at least, I know it's over 6. And I would say it's probably closer to 7. It's tall. Cause I can see it from Prairie Road right when you come up by Lynn's Common. So I
When did they put that up?
wanna say June or July.
Oh, you think I've been out there looking?
Yeah, it's straight south.
are we on track?
I didn't put it out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Okay.
there wasn't anything from 10 to 11, because the
That's
other
that
thing
guy,
came-
You know,
okay.
what's concerning is something like that, they just come in, and that for years, the trailers don't have license on them, mine has to.
Every trailer,
Whether I get it
Around-
this year or it's permanent,
Has to
they have to
have-
have a license plate.
right,
Sorry,
And what else is concerning, they put these things up and seems like the dead of night, but they don't know anything. When you talk to them, they'll get back to you and they never get back to you. It's just, getting to be a whole pile of stuff on the table, but I think we need to have some teeth in something somewhere.
This
We
might have
learn
been-
about it the hard way.
this could have been a subcontractor of theirs, I have no idea. But at that same period, we caught people coming in where they weren't supposed to be, supposedly bird watching.
Trespassing, as you're saying.
And I chased them out of there too. Cause they were
They said they were bird watching. Really?
supposedly, yeah.
Well, they were bird watching. I seen somebody on that north south stretch between Canton and you guys up there. I thought not, and he was bird watching for the wind energy deal.
Yeah.
They told me.
Yeah. They were real hush hush.
But this is.
The first guy
This
I
was
saw-
5 or 6 years.
Yeah, the
ago.
first guy was 5 years ago that I saw up on top.
Uh-huh.
when we were over at Angela, I never saw one bird.
you won't.
The drone away.
I don't want to change subject or anything, but as long as we're talking, I guess a couple quick things I would ask is, do the commission talk about writing a letter to state of Montana, DNRC, state land board on the letter that presented you a few meetings ago on Wynn's application to rent
The state,
state land?
we haven't done anything yet.
But we were
They're,
there.
they're gonna meet on the 16th, I do believe, of January with a new state land board.
Well, I don't know, I was asking if you guys have talked about a letter, or we're gonna put a letter, or that's not the,
We haven't discussed what our position is. I think that we're opposed to it, but
okay,
what's gonna happen is that if the state land board goes against and denies the permit, they're gonna get sued. They're gonna get sued because the Constitution says that brings the maximum amount of revenue to the schools without resource segregation.
have you read the lease?
No,
I don't think they can, cause they're ceding over land that, cannot be enjoyed at all in the lease. So it'd be interesting.
The land board has a different position than the DNRC. DNRC's that task of maximizing use.
it has to be approved by the land board. State land board oversees all state land school sections.
On a similar question, I brought it up at a couple meetings and asked, you just brought up about suing and, the state land board and Attorney Rice has brought it up several times, if we zone or whatever, we'll get sued or different things. And I asked if the commissioners would look in and ask Mako or whoever it is on cases where counties have been sued by a developer and interim zoning. and a cash judgment has been awarded. Have you had any talk on that, or has there been any research?
No.
I didn't say we'd be sued if we imposed interim zoning. I said we don't have an emergency to justify interim zoning, and we're gonna spend a lot of resources studying an emergency that doesn't exist, which we're required to do by statute. And we should be focusing our efforts on growth policy and implementing zoning if that's what the commissioners decide to do after they have taken at least one stab at negotiating this development agreement, which could get us more than what we have the authority to do through zoning.
Well, I remember you talking about the $1.5 million bond, tort bond, and we're gonna have to, get liability coverage.
Okay, we can't get liability coverage, but
Right.
yes. And there's no,
Well,
there's no tort cap on land use.
So, I mean,
That applies to torts. So land use is not a tort. That would be a contractual type claim.
I
So
mean,
there is no tort cap.
But Attorney Rice has talked about how we would have to levy for a bond for a cash payment, and that's, you have said that, so. I mean,
That's how judgments are paid if we don't have the money in the
Right.
general fund. And I've
So the question was,
seen one done.
and that, so obviously I haven't had any discussions then with Mako or the Attorney General on cases where a county has had to pay a cash judgment to a developer.
No, I haven't talked to Mako.
I haven't either.
Because everything I've been able to research and talk to is that the developer, if it goes to court and it wins, then they get it developed. Well, I mean, I wanted to, many of us want to know if there is a risk of a cash judgment. And one way to look at that is look at other cases and those circumstances of those cases.
There's a cash judgment. I was first vice president to
You
make
talked about the Mako with Lewis and Clark, correct? But that wasn't.
Lewis and Clark.
That was Mako and Lewis and Clark.
But that was a settlement that was taken out of court with not going to court.
Right, so I mean, this would be Prairie County and a developer. Prairie County is saying, hey, we have these regulations, or we're interim zoning or something. The developer says, we disagree with your guys' zoning or interim zoning, whatever it is, and they sue. The end result, in my research, is that the judge would say, Prairie County, you're correct, or developer, you're correct, developer, you get to develop. It's not Prairie County, you pay the developer. And so the question I've asked a couple times is that the case? Or is there other cases? I think that's very important because people on this table have been worried about getting sued. And why would you worry about getting sued? Well, you get worried about getting sued because you pay a cash judgment. But if there hasn't been historical basis or other cases to refer to where a cash judgment's been paid by a county,
Gonna be fact driven. They're gonna be able to establish damages based on delayed development. There's certainly a significant risk that if we delay their project, they're going to be able to show monetary damages and ask that those damages be awarded to them from the taxpayers.
are there other cases? That's the question.
It's
I think it's pertinent for everybody. to know
most of
this.
them likely settle out of court, like Todd was talking about. They're likely gonna get an injunction as early as they can to allow development, which we'll have to defend. The best thing to do is to enact lawful regulations instead of trying to plan on enacting regulations that are not lawful, hoping that we don't get hit with a monetary award. That's not good advice on my part to the county to take those risks because we haven't seen anyone get hit with the damages award yet, and then we get to be the first and bankrupt our county. I'm always going to give conservative advice. That is my role.
Sure, okay, I mean, I just wonder if there's any other cases brought forth and we see the circumstances, that's all, so there hasn't been anything on that. And so Prairie County does a lot with Mako. What is Mako's opinion on Missoula interim zoning on data centers? On data centers.
Data centers.
I don't know what the
I don't know that they've come up with the end gate on that, have they?
knowing Missoula with all their county attorneys,
Mako's opinion, I guess.
Mako's probably not been contacted.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know that, but I just wonder what their opinion is. In Flathead County, just interim zoned over parts of the suburbs, not having zoning, so they did a donut.
Miles City's doing interim zoning right now.
Yeah, it's not that I don't understand interim zoning. I've done it before. I'm doing it presently in Miles City because we have an issue where we could have marijuana shops opening in any zone at any time, starting immediately. So we're having a brief moratorium pending implementing actual changes to our existing zoning code to address it.
Right.
But that's an example of a time-sensitive matter that requires an interim measure, which is essentially, it's not a moratorium, it just lumps it in with the medical regulations. But we don't have that type of a situation here that would justify interim zoning. We just don't.
Not yet.
Not yet. We could find ourselves in that situation, but right now, as we sit here, that's not the situation. It would burn up. And city interim zoning is much simpler than county interim zoning, which requires that comprehensive study be conducted within 30 days.
Sure.
Started
within 30 days.
Started within 30 days, correct. But again, what are we trying to prevent from happening in the next couple of months, few months, 6 months? That we should be distracting ourselves from working on actually getting
Negotiation.
policy negotiations and then zoning if needed, which the commissioners have not made a decision on zoning.
Come on, Bob, let's really go, come on, Bob. You'll leave which is a good thing. Like,
I mean, I could talk more in the letter, but I think, the questions that they've been asked before, I was wondering if there's an answer, and I guess we got them. So,
Well, you would have to get a hold of, I could try to get a hold of Mako, see if they made, but I don't know if Mako would even give me an answer on what's happening with Missoula County. Missoula County commissioners might, one of them, I might be able to ask one of them, and they might tell me what has happened in Missoula County with the opinion from Mako,
If anything.
if anything, but they probably got five attorneys in the county attorney's office, wouldn't they?
Missoula County?
Yeah,
Oh, probably 50.
I guess I haven't heard what is the
well, that's what will come. I mean, If you should
data
have-
centers. I guess I'm not,
I'm not sure if you still have it, but when I offered up the legal paperwork for interim zoning, the pathway, because everybody talks about how does this work? And I offered you guys,
Data centers was part of your
correct, because that's what's gonna happen.
sample.
It'll come with wind, it'll come with solar. And, then there'll be batteries. Then there'll be data centers. North Dakota's been dealing with this. Whether interim zoning over data centers and batteries. For the data center is going to be, most of them now are just your crypto mining.
Just like the bit center.
So in Missoula, it was whatever you want to call it, data center, crypto mine, but they take up so much heat because they're just massive computers.
That's what they had in Richland County on some of those oil pads. They were using the natural gas
Right.
for,
And that's what will
Fuel.
happen here over time. That's one plan for Pleasant View and Dawson County. Next to some of our property, that's what it's gonna be exclusively used for. Is to cryptocurrency mine. Now, when you look at Prairie County, that's what will come. I'm not trying to, say the sky is falling.
oh, I know it's coming. We got a Secretary of Interior.
This isn't that hard to figure out. when
We
you
got
look
a
at
new
every other state.
Secretary of Interior that loves this stuff.
We have one coming in that loves it. too.
That's what I mean,
Right, and so, the
coming in.
long term, that's what the concern is, I think, really, is what is the viability of these things over generations?
those bit centers, they're here again, gone again.
Well,
They pick them up and pack them out.
good, that's
They
the
do.
point. That's the point.
They did in Richland County.
Yeah, so I mean, so that's why, counties don't have it, parts of North Dakota didn't have anything for batteries. Well, then they had to stop. Say, this is how we're gonna do batteries or not do batteries. Then data centers, but it all kind of comes because you've never experienced it. And that's kind of where Eastern Montana is. But I think it is interesting to note the other places in Montana that are walking through this stuff. For reasons to say, why is that an emergency? You know what the emergency was? And I'd like the county attorney's opinion on this. What was the emergency in Missoula County, Dan, do you know,
I don't know.
for the data centers?
I don't know. I would imagine, just like we've discussed before, there is some time related component.
And I'm not trying to pin it down or anything, but this is just really, I want to say humorous or right for the moment. The emergency use in Missoula County, you guys can look it up and maybe I'm wrong, but this way I read it, was climate change over the data centers. So the data centers use what? A lot of electricity.
They create a ton of heat and a lot of localities increase about 3 degrees from having a data center.
But the draw on electricity, and where's electricity come from? So our emergency was global warming, climate change. So is that emergency? If Missoula County can say, hey, climate change, this is our emergency.
The emergency is that coupled with the potential to have someone imminently place one there.
They already have
There's that time component. So the time component is again what's lacking here presently for.
Well, I mean, that's where the disagreement between people on this side of the table and people on that side of the table is
They get to decide, but
the permit time frame. And maybe that's something, the county attorney can look into, and you can get outside, call some people in other states, and they probably have different laws, but if a developer has the permits and there's not very many to get, can the county then put in zoning and say, no, you guys are gotta go by, or regulations or bilateral agreement, whatever it is, but if they're already permitted in, do they have to abide? That is a very legitimate question that we should have a high degree of
I
answer.
think part of that could be answered with our land use agreement. That their growth policy that they're redoing.
What's the difference between a moratorium and interim zoning?
Moratorium is completely nothing.
well, it's within interim zoning. The planning board got
It has to
very
be
bad
within.
advice from whoever that attorney is. It's not even licensed in Montana, saying that there's a case which he provided that says that the commissioners can impose a moratorium as an alternative to interim zoning. The case said exactly the opposite. The case said that this was a city case, but it was the city of Helena, had no authority to impose a moratorium outside of the interim zoning process. So they're one and the same.
Okay.
And they have to follow the formal interim zoning process, a formal resolution followed by a noticed and held public hearing.
Public hearing.
The land planning board got very bad, factually opposite from what the court said, advice from that firm.
Yeah, I've never heard of where moratorium is even in Montana code.
There's not one. It's a fallacy, but the Bud Fallon firm sure advised the planning board that was something the commissioners could do and gave them a case claiming to support it when the case said the opposite.
Well,
And that concerns me.
Montana has moratoriums.
That's what interim zoning is.
In interim
Okay,
zoning.
because-
Interim zoning is just a temporary measure that says that
Stop
whatever you need to
everything.
say, but stop everything while we study this emergency and then go through implementing zoning.
Something that.
But you can just go through with implementing zoning if you don't have something on the immediate horizon. I'm just trying to keep us on the straight and narrow and out of trouble. I don't have
I agree with
some
Dan.
strong opinion. I'm not trying to put up roadblocks, which everyone thinks that I am apparently, but I'm also
We gotta
trying
get
to
right.
avoid bad legal advice that the planning board has been soliciting, that has been coming out in public meetings, making it sound like I'm the one that's giving bad advice when I'm not. I'm not. They're giving very bad advice to the planning board, unfortunately. And I'm glad to share the case. Anyone could look at that case and understand what the court said, except for apparently the Bud Fallon law firm.
Well, see, this is the best of everything because we gotta hear it all. And you go through and Todd said something a couple years ago. You got this side, you got that side, and somewhere in here, you got the truth of the matter. And that's what we're trying to find is the best for our county. You want the best for the
No,
county.
we're always right.
Well, my wife is, but
We need to aggressively negotiate setbacks. That's the biggest thing. A lot of the
The
concerns
setbacks-
boil down to setbacks.
I
Livestock
think water
concerns, human
wells
concerns.
are, water
Yeah.
wells for
Setbacks.
stock and for livestock and for human consumption, and I think that, that's a concern of mine.
But we can't
Hmm?
do anything until they get the growth policy done.
Well, we can be
Well, we
negotiating
can
that
be in
agreement.
a negotiation
right,
agreement. We got a lot of stuff that's been brought up that even that's gonna go over, that's gonna end up in scoping. But when you start putting distances in a questionnaire for scoping that I see in our draft,
That's a little,
who knows the difference between 2 miles and a
Well, next
quarter?
there, Van Dyke Wynn's attorney did it. He was sat there, Neva Rathbun, asked him a question the second time. Cause it didn't get answered if any, like Ross, the attorney and the other several gentlemen that were sitting up there, if they lived in in the wind farm. And everybody said no, and the attorney was like, well. I don't know. if
Can't
it's a
see one from
mile."
my house.
Said you
but I
can
bet
see one that's more than a mile.
He said, I guess I live in the vicinity, but he didn't know what a mile was, and he's an attorney, he's a counterintelligence ex-marine. So he should be smart enough to know what a mile is. If you live by a wind turbine that was a mile away, I will guarantee you, you will know that it's a mile. But he couldn't tell, so if we're gonna send it to people in the county, and we have an ex-marine intelligence officer who can't tell, that is confusing.
I'm afraid there's.
We did have Chip,
open
I can
letters
give the
or-
commissioners his,
Commissioners gave us, we got
Insight.
a health officer gave us, and he's right in line, with what we're hearing from other people is, a mile from residential. Unless you're participating, and then it's your discretion.
I had a talk with, this,
Half mile from wells.
well, a mile from residential homes and residential wells and half a mile from livestock and livestock wells is what I gathered from Chip.
Yeah,
If you're a mile away, that keeps the noise, you don't hear the noise from the wind tower then, is that what it is?
Well, Chip, I mean, again, Chip is, vibrations was
Vibration.
much a concern. as
vibrations,
noise,
and he
but-
said, is a big concern with what's done, and probably a lot of evidence that it's silting these wells in.
And stirring up
vibration.
contaminants in the ground that come up in the water with that silt. From the vibrations.
Well, those pipes are perforated, and so if you're having that effect, you're sure it's gonna bring in the ground around it. Through those.
it happened in Angelo, that's documented,
What did next year, do they drill a new well?
I believe so, yeah. But no, this was their own well,
Well, their own well.
the way it was told to us, yeah. They drained it and did another one.
Again, on this setback distance, and I don't dispute Chip and the vibration, but again, it comes back to if you have a mile from your house and you sit out there drinking coffee and you can hear that thing, you're stealing your property rights, cause you bought that out in the sticks, cause you want it quiet. You shouldn't have to hear this wind tower, whoo, 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 you shouldn't. And those are things we need to guard against and get that information on.
And it's also, and we brought this up at some of these other meetings, you can hear these things up to a mile and a half. After a mile and a half, you don't hear them. Your vibrations, you can feel those a little over a mile. And those are causing a lot of human health conditions, period. A lot of people are experiencing loss of sleep, migraines, anxiety, all this stuff. And those have been proven cases. I've shared tons of this stuff on that Facebook page I created. Nextera, and I'm gonna jump guns here. This company cannot be trusted whatsoever. I've already posted probably 8 different lawsuits against this company throughout the nation because they're sitting here blowing smoke up people's ass, excuse my French. And they're also under investigation for political finance laws, where they've been bribing politicians to get things passed. There's a lawsuit on them right now for that. And it's easy to find. It's all public information. I'm spending a little bit of time doing a little bit of research. As long as you're not using a Google entity, you can find out tons of stuff about this company and all their LLCs. One thing you don't realize, these guys probably have 30 different LLCs. Right now, I'm trying to find out about, there's another wind solar company snooping around northern Macomb County. It's called something renewables. And I believe that is.
Energy renewable?
Huh?
No,
Energy renewable?
No. I'll have to look for the name, but
Oh, isn't that?
they
the-
are, I'm almost positive they're a subsidy of Glendive Wind and Nextera. another LLC, because each company that goes into this, they get their max allowable federal subsidy. So
Right,
we're gonna create another one.
it's like
They
the
get it
farm
max
program.
allowable. They get it max allowable. They get it.
Where'd
max-
they get their company
Yeah.
started?
It's
where-
easy to form one.
Delaware?
Yeah, I mean, that's
You know-
one thing that concerns me in the letter that they brought in the fifth, address from Glendive Wind. And in the letter itself, it's Glendive Wind, then there's NextEra a couple times. And then Glendive Wind. So Prairie County, who are you dealing with?
Are you dealing with Glendive Wind or are you dealing with NextEra?
Because NextEra has been involved in a case in, I believe it's Vermont, I'll have to look. Where they formed LLCs to lobby against a transmission line bringing power out of Canada from a hydroelectric dam. And they formed LLCs to, go against it. And when those LLCs did not register with the state as lobbying groups, the state went after them. The next day said, well, we're not a part of it. We're not. So that's why, as we go forward, that's one thing I'd like to bring up is who are we dealing with?
Our agreement will definitely reference the local LLC as well as the parent entity and have plenty of.
But how do we know who the
language.
parent entity is? Have we seen a filing from Delaware?
Not at this point, but
But I'm
Still
serious,
be
though,
required
because that's what they've done in history. There've been 3 different LLCs that have had control of this lease in Prairie County.
Were they all affiliated with NextEra?
No,
Glendive is, I'm sorry, Jordan is dealing with, Garfield County is dealing with that issue. They gave an abatement to one entity and then the infrastructure changed hands. And they might be trying to pull it. I don't think we have to worry about that because I don't believe that the commissioners are inclined to grant the abatement.
but I think it's serious, because the letter, I don't know intentionally or just bad lawyer, they have Glendive Wind on the letterhead. And then Glendive Wind, then a couple times they throw NextEra. And so the letter to me is super confusing, because who's supposed to be, who's the letter from?
Have you got one?
You guys have 2 minutes.
No, the letter from, that she.
We got it,
received.
we
Oh,
got it.
that we got.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, if I was gonna send Dennis a letter from Shane Eaton,
that'd be.
I don't know
good
why I
thing.
throw in Frank Eaton and Sons or Eaton Ranch and all this other stuff,
Or even me on the bottom.
or Greg.
And that's what this letter.
So I mean, that, to me, the letter was very craftily written, and there's a bunch of things I'd.
What
like
did you
to-
say it said at the bottom?
Well, NextEra is in there a few times, in the.
And then on the very bottom of, you have NextEra, but. the
Is that the
letterhead-
The
commissary
bottom says Glendive
Fifth.
and LLC.
from the 5th?
Correct.
You're, okay.
And what does.
They're out of
the water
Florida.
when you're talking to
But formed in Delaware.
NextEra, and now you're dealing with an LLC.
They don't have to
that's
jump
limited
quite as
liability
many hoops if they
corporation.
go to
You can turn
Delaware.
those things upside down, and walk away.
Absolutely.
You just
People
can't
in
really
Florida,
real
formed out
easy.
of Delaware,
And then
registered in
you
Montana.
own it. You were it. And those are the things gotta be, or we're gonna eat it anyway.
Todd,
And see,
11 o'clock.
everybody in this room, except for, hey, Harry back there, we're all on our way out. And you, Shane. I mean, most of us are 60+ years old. We got maybe 20 years
I'm kicking the hell out of that.
plus, at the most, maybe 30 if we're lucky, of being around here. But this is a multi-generational thing that we're dealing with. It isn't short term. I'm looking out after Shane's kids, his grandkids, but what's gonna happen in this frickin' county, you know? Cause on a good day, I might have 20 years left. You know? And most of y'all might have 20.
No, I don't.
The things
never
you say
know.
about women, I'd shorten that up a little.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is not short term.
No,
This
this
is
is-
long generation. This is, we're looking at 3 generations
Yeah.
of crap people are gonna be looking at and dealing with. It might even be more than that, especially if it becomes a super fun site, which more than likely it probably will.
Entire state.
There are states that have banned them.
Not to interrupt you guys, but you have a lot on your 11 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
Just a quick note, are you guys gonna stick to the agenda for as far as 4 o'clock? Or if I'm sorry, 4:30 and.
4:30, yeah, the grader said we're gonna try, yeah.
4:30,
We're hoping.
I mean, you're not gonna start at 4, I mean,
No,
Oh, Dale.
No, Dale.
That's the deal. He's coming in with a letter
okay,
for the governor's consistency letter. We got 288,000 acres out.
We're coming forward, what's it doing?
Dale Prairie got 288,000 acres of Prairie County, obviously got out there.
So then, I couldn't make the last one because we went to the ball game. All right, thank you for the time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See you later today.
Yeah.
Don't feel familiar.
We got contracts and copies of contracts.
Oh, do you have a copy of all that already? Okay.
You got stuff we need?
We put a copy, did
Yeah.
you get that original there?
I'll open my mouth when it's time.
Okay. Did you get the original there?
What do you guys wanna start with? Fun?
Let's start with the easiest, and that's Great West. I'm gonna use,
Great West looks fantastic as far as legal review.
All right, you three.
Sounds good.
Be
Call me anytime.
door jam at the door. Oh, you,
Where's the original?
Oh, no, this is one I wrote on it, but I don't think it is.
I don't think it is.
No, I.
Although the original needs written on too, or not.
But it came in an email anyway, so it wouldn't,
I never got it. Maybe it's scanned.
or no,
Not
it didn't come in
original.
an email because they couldn't get it to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
This just came from Todd this morning. Okay, so I will go. Perry, do you have one that's not marked up and doesn't have copy on it?
Yes.
I'll go make it. No, got it.
What do you charge an hour?
$275.
that's pretty standard, isn't it?
Well, I
It was
still,
$250 until recently.
I still need to have you do a will with me.
Glad to, yeah.
And maybe we can cheapen that up if I buy you lunch over there too. Yeah, I'm just teasing. I'm messing.
Yeah.
I'll take care of you regardless of lunch. Yeah.
Can you kind of
Bring the old one in and you can update it.
close that door?
I got a Cosadel on mine.
Easier to scrap it
Yeah,
and just do.
I had Wyatt do it about 20 years
Oh,
ago.
sure, back when he was over at Corbin's office.
Yep.
Yep. Codicil. Switch your D and your C.
Yeah,
Yep.
I
did I
read
read
them.
mine in here?
I think Sherry stole it.
No, she didn't.
No. That's it right there.
Oh, this is mine.
I thought that's what you were looking for.
I got it.
Oh,
Same
okay.
thing.
I don't
I
see,
print, I could print it off, but he couldn't print it off. I don't know why.
all I see is an estimated total amount of 5,000.
Great West, yeah, sounds right.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's what we approve.
Yeah.
Well, we've been using Great West for years and they do us a good job.
You need a motion?
Entertain a motion.
I so move.
You have the original?
No, I have a scanned copy of it. This doesn't have a stamp.
I'll second Christine's motion.
There's a motion and a second to accept task order number 2, limited update to the county growth policy by Great West Engineering. Anything, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye. What's the date?
18. Wyatt's birthday,
Oh, really?
either today or yesterday.
Whose birthday?
Wyatt,
Why?
Why, how would you know that?
Steve's first best friend.
Okay.
Wyatt
Why,
Clay.
they,
Cause his birthday. I am a neighbor. I don't know that.
He was at my house as much as Bert was at his.
oh, this is the original. Is that the original? If God signed this, I'll give him mine because it didn't have a copy stamp on it, but if that's the original, then
Well, it's not necessarily the original.
Or is it just a colored print?
It all came in
Okay.
on an email, so,
Gotcha.
Want me to sign this one then again?
yeah. In color.
Give him a color crayon. Make sure it's blue.
Now these need to go to who?
Okay, the other one is gonna be a little more controversial. Maybe
You
not.
wanna just throw that?
Well, as far as the agreement goes, the county cannot give them a taxpayer dollars as a retainer to bill against. That's,
I don't think so.
and I question if they've worked with local government.
And the other thing is that they said that they won't, defend us if they're wrong.
That was terrible. How do you do that?
Where does that say that at? I'm sorry.
Second paragraph, yeah, you bet.
I just need the name of who it is.
No, that's not that unusual. I'm gonna shoot you as straight as I can and everything. They're doing land consulting, but not necessarily defending litigation, and that would be the same as a lot of practices are around here. Most litigation firms are specialized in litigation.
So this is the way I look at it. We have an elected official. We pay good money to do a job for the county. If the elected official says, hey, this is out of my league, we're going to the United States Supreme Court and federal court, I think we better get outside legal advice. Okay, but Dan has not said that. It's Dan's responsibility to come to the commission, and say, I can't handle this. It's too much. It's over the top of my head. But Dan says, no, I can handle it. This is right up my alley.
Track
Well, we're
record.
still in my wheelhouse. We have Mako to get double checks on everything. I don't check with them because I don't know what I'm doing. I check with them to make sure that I have a second so that I am making sure that I'm giving the best advice possible to the county. If you do decide to do comprehensive county zoning, I do think we'll need a consultant, but not an attorney consultant. I think we need a land use consultant. Great West may have those services. I know GeoPlan out of the Flathead region does those types of services. The last the only full zoning code overhaul I've done, we worked with Land Solutions out of the Flathead region. Dave DeGrand pre-retired, so they're not available, but his protege is Joel
Well,
Nelson.
is it Nancy or Karen or whatever her name is? Isn't she a land use?
Karen's a land use attorney, but Mako does not provide model zoning regulations.
Oh,
So someone like Joel at GeoPlan would be more than happy to rough in a zoning template for the county and work with you and me to customize that. That's the type of work that a land use consultant does, but I don't think you need a bunch of extra legal advice, particularly when the only advice we've gotten so far was, without question, bad advice. It was the opposite conclusion of what the court reached, and I sent an email to you, Dennis, I don't know if you saw it, that explained that in great detail,
Yeah.
yes.
and, and I think I forwarded that to Todd and Christine. So-
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know, I don't know these people, maybe that was just, I mean, we all screwed something up at some point, but that was
They dropped the ball on that.
really superficially easy to identify incorrect advice.
From your viewpoint, what would be the upside of hiring this firm?
I can't think of anything at this point in time.
Okay.
So far, all it's done is cause a lot of confusion when the land planning board's getting advice from a firm that's not represented, that is incorrect advice, and then speaking on it as though they're dealing with expert authorities and undermining the good advice that I was giving backed by Mako. But it was made to look as though Mako and I had some conflict with NextEra and were giving you bad advice when that was never the intent, nor was it the case. The bad advice was coming from, now not this Holiday, but this Rachel from Bud
Rachel.
Fallon, who's not even licensed in Montana, is who gave that advice and provided a Montana case that she read the opposite conclusion of what the court
Well,
reached.
I have had a couple of phone calls and personal contact with two other people that think we're chasing a.
Bud Fallon's expertise, yeah, go ahead.
They believe the money we're spent on our own attorney should be utilized with his knowledge.
Bud Fallon's expertise is land use.
Water.
And federal land use and water rights and stuff like that, but it's a lot of the federal stuff. Cross fences that were taken out on the APR. Bud Fallon took that. But they didn't go to federal court, they went to the IBLA court. So they're in Interior Board of Land Appeals. But federal land policies and stuff like that, that's what Bud Fallon is really good at. And they are good at
Got it.
it.
Everybody has
but-
their
But
expertise.
zoning is not their expertise. Land use planning, probably, if you were starting out with a new land use plan and you wanted somebody to help you out there, they might be able to help you, particularly if you had a lot of federal land. Where you'd get their advice of what you enforce on federal land too.
Where do you start?
Yeah,
Now, you may have incurred fees with these people, because Lon's been using them, even after I sent the email saying the planning board doesn't have the authority to engage outside counsel, he sent
Comes
them.
out of their budget, not ours.
It's
it
still.
doesn't make any difference, it's our
They
budget,
they can't
It's
spend
cash.
that budget, though.
it's cash.
And after that, Lon sent this scoping letter to her and she's sent it back with red line revisions. So you guys, your planning board has been doing work with this firm
Well,
already.
we had okayed him to do the scoping letter.
No, but you made it clear that they can't use them until they're signed the contract.
Yeah, we
And-
did.
On my side of it, I also want to let you know that the money that goes into the land planning board is work that I do in my office. So I have some serious issues that we're using that money and not taking the advice of our attorney.
That's my biggie.
So when you say they're using their budget, part of their budget is the work that I do in my office. And I had to go through hoops to ask them to pay for an annual fee for record preservation. The same.
Frugal.
Nitpicky. She gets it done. What do you want, Don?
Well, I'm in asking for entertaining motion. If I don't get one, it dies. And I think I personally I won't make a motion or second anything that anybody makes. I think we gotta reverse our decision because bite it in the ass while it's not so much damage. And tell our planning board this afternoon that they will follow the legal advice of our county attorney. And if they don't like that, I guess we can appoint some new ones. I mean, they left us no choice. We got. This has become
Albatross.
it's become an algorithm, but it's become a real, it's going into the political realm of where it should have never went. It's gone past the safety and well-being of our constituency. It's totalitarianism
So we,
is what it is.
Well, we have two people on there that have done a complete 180 on what they thought of 4 years ago when they worked on it.
well,
That's different, we were told.
Was on it, it's not different.
so we don't need a table if we just don't do anything with it, it dies. And we just leave it how it is.
County attorney,
Can't be approved without a motion and a second and approval, but there is this uncomfortable situation where there was a motion made by this board after I had to.
so I'll make the motion to reverse our motion to hire the Bud Phelan
And holiday.
and Holiday legal firm.
I second that.
There's a motion second, any more discussion?
Should I pull that motion from the original so it matches or
Oh,
from the original?
sure, sure. I don't know what that motion was when it was made before.
I
I
think,
have to
I heard
find
about it later because I had already gone
You'd
to
already
the meeting
went
I had to go to.
What, you guys remember what meeting that was on? Was it the 27th?
It was,
Might have been November 27th. I can't remember.
it was later.
It was either the 20th or the 27th, but
give me a minute.
No, I think we're talking about,
It's in December.
December 12th.
I think it was even before that.
no, they didn't. Yeah, did you guys make another motion on the 12th? I don't remember. I don't think you did. No, the 12th was
21st,
just,
20th or 21st.
we had meetings the 27th, the 20th and the 13th.
I think it was either November 21st or November 13th.
November?
Maybe it's the 20th. Yeah. Well, let me see if it is at the end of the day here.
But I'm not sure. I heard about it significantly later than that, but that's what my understanding was of when that motion was.
No, there wasn't one on the 20th, so it must be the 27th. I'll find it. It's in here. It just takes me a few minutes to find it.
Added to the agenda on the 18th.
Yeah, it was on the 27th. And the motion was Commissioner Teskey made a motion for the land planning board to hire Rachel, however you say her last name, and Katie Holiday, attorneys at law, seconded by Devlin, all in favor, motion passed. That's what it was actually reading. All this say. What? There's a few on
Four,
A few four maybe.
maybe six.
What is it?
6-pack of beer.
Well, you didn't know that was in there?
No,
He said he was leaving, told Todd he was gonna get his share of the beer when we opened the package.
Who seconded your guys' reversal?
Crystal.
Okay.
any discussion? You're thanking Dennis.
And the reactions I've received from my constituents, that's what they want.
It really doesn't mean in this case, you know, we should respect our elected officials, and if our elected officials say this is within the realm of their responsibility and they think they can handle it, we should take their word for it.
That's his job.
I mean, unless and until the county decides to go forward with comprehensive zoning, at which point I think we should get a land planning, land use.
Land
consultant.
use consultant, yeah.
But I don't think that you need separate legal advice for anything that I can't
So-
advise on, particularly in consultation with Mako. And again, the only piece of advice I've seen from this pair was patently incorrect. There's not like it was stated in those meetings that my opinion's just my opinion, not one of those kinds of deals. They were wrong.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion pass unanimously. So it'll be my responsibility this afternoon to tell our planning board at 5 o'clock that we reversed our decision and they will not be using outside legal. They will use our county attorney, period.
And they're just making recommendations to the commissioners ultimately. They'll be,
There's nothing but public notice for reversing motions or anything like that, or anything we've already approved.
no, I mean, this was on the agenda for discussion and approval and it was
Just making sure.
reacted.
Just a question.
They may come to you with a claim for fees because they were requested to do work by planning board, but
Well, we'll
Needed-
expect
so you said that in here.
correspondence from them.
When you start talking about permits and stuff on our roads, a permit instead of an agreement. My goodness, where you think you have the authority, you're gonna have to post. Is our sheriff still here?
Yep.
Would we have to post all our roads, the weight limits?
Todd,
Oh, it's
Henry
not.
said that.
Said that.
No, it would have to be done.
Because.
Should we send them a letter?
You hadn't posted.
Stating we have,
I didn't
Like
know.
I told Dan, I thought it was
There's no
weird, Todd's
posting
name's on
anywhere
this and Todd has
In
never
a public building
corresponded with
stating
him
this is what we're
ever.
doing.
no,
No,
There's another thing that
I
I.
mean, you here?
yeah.
Yep, your name is on the bottom of this to be signed, and you've never corresponded with this company.
No, I never corresponded with him.
So my
Either
opinion is-
individually or any group I
Well-
haven't corresponded. I've kept.
I
complete
just wondered if
office.
we needed a statement, then as of today, we will no longer accept any bills or anything.
I think you should probably, I mean, Lon has had conflicting instructions now, of course.
Mhm.
Really, nothing should have been done before this letter was signed, but work was requested and completed. After the commissioners had moved and seconded and approved having the planning board retain them, which technically they can't, that would have to be done by the commissioners, but I was not here for
I
that
think that's
motion.
why Todd's name ended up on that contract.
So they charge us, we owe it, cause it's the right thing to do.
Because Lon had the apparent authority of the
Yeah.
commissioners to engage them, yes. It'd be called apparent versus actual authority. He did not have the actual authority. But from their position, he had the apparent authority to engage them for work. I certainly wouldn't pay for that opinion they gave that you can do moratoriums under that authority of that case that didn't say that. But for the work that they just did on the scoping letter, which I haven't reviewed, but whatever they did there, I just saw that there was a response with red lines. I'm sure you'd owe for that if push came to shove.
I just wasn't sure whether we should respond to the letter or not. Just let it die.
And, or you can have Lon handle it.
Lonnie can handle it. Or I will. I've got no problem handling it. I'll just tell them we no longer need your services. Thank you. Be short.
Well, there's an email there.
Hi, this is Todd Devlin. We no longer need your services. Thank you.
Thank you for,
I can do that on my phone.
That's a long letter.
send a copy to Harry so we have it in writing.
Well, what I'm wondering though is that goes out of there, is that goes not.
What's today?
Well, that, where's that,
18th.
that number? That's
Day after yesterday, day before tomorrow. My kids don't like that response either.
We have two Great West things to do.
No, I think it just got separated on there.
Oh, okay.
They were both the same thing.
I
What,
think they're the same thing.
Okay, I guess I didn't know that they were the same thing, or I wouldn't have put it on there. But
what's,
yeah, you're right, it is.
I think it's the
Pretty
same
much order
thing.
number 2.
what's Riverside Contracting?
Well, except for, I don't know, Jerry Garban's Great West contract.
What Jerry or Ben Great West Engineering?
Your Benz, that was the Great West letter.
Should have been the same thing.
Oh, it's the same thing?
Yeah,
Oh, cause I just looked at the name at the bottom. It says Craig on it.
but this is for the, yeah, it's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It is.
I think those were things. you
Their
guys
contact
had.
is, yeah. I didn't realize it was the same thing when I put Jerry here, but that's who they have contact with, the land planning board, so.
And the zoning thing, I don't know, if that's an email I got from Todd.
From Todd.
What is
This
that?
Todd.
What's this?
That zoning compliance for Riverside Contracting Inc. Site name stickle certification.
Who'd like you to send you that?
I don't know, you sent it to me and said add this to the agenda.
Was there a
Oh,
document?
that was this.
Great West.
Oh, that's the stickle thing? So
No,
all three of them are the same?
That can't be the same.
said Riverside contracting, that's not the same thing.
Is that to do with the aggregate for the overpass?
Sounds like someone's asking the commissioners to say that there's not a zoning issue with whatever project they're working on. Well, there's not, because we don't have any.
We gotta look it up. Okay.
I didn't go check my email and let you know when
Pretty good in
you're.
the waiver.
Sent it to me.
Passing lane's a little sketchy, but not too bad. Yeah.
Accidentally, they're always a little sketchy. Cause I'm never the one using it, it's always the people passing me,
I
throwing
was
rocks on my
headed to
windshield.
City yesterday and I, couple of corners between here and Fallon. The road turned, but the pickup didn't want to.
Oh, yeah, but
You know, I don't mind when they pass, but they get right over as soon as they get past you and throw shit right up on your car and.
Yeah, because they're scared to death to be in the passing lane is why.
I know,
And they want the hell out of it as fast as they can.
and slow down, you won't have to worry about it.
I slow down when they're passing me and then.
Yeah, I do too, but it's.
I usually am not slowed down enough. I still get a face full of snow.
Laney ran off a couple pages from one of her handbooks for your guys' benefit about ex parte matters. And, not providing evidence and information amongst each other outside of meetings, which needs to stop.
No
Has to
discussion.
stop,
We can't
nothing,
provide information, we can't email, we can't do anything.
right. Yeah, you shouldn't be talking about any county business.
Well, we're not talking about it, but you can't provide information.
Outside of the public view, no, you bring them to this meeting and then hand them out, or again, send them to Harry. And if Harry's distributing some information that you need for the meeting, he can get it to you in advance and you can bring it. But you three cannot be
That
emailing
works so
stuff to
good
each
for
other.
me.
Or you can hard copy it and put it in your mailbox or whatever, however you wanna receive it, but. Particularly on wind farm stuff, particularly when we're. Potentially trying to get ourselves sued on something, we don't wanna lose the public participation.
Everything I got goes into a file.
But that's not what he's saying, he's just outside of the meeting, giving stuff to each other, even if it's just factual information,
Is a no-no.
can't work. You can send it to me and then I
You can
can,
include it in
send
your
it to you
information
again
for
or
the
whatever.
upcoming meeting that you
And
can bring with, but then he's got it as well to say, you know, this information goes in our packet from the meeting, cause I've already sent it to the commissioners to review in advance of the meeting, and here it is during the
so
meeting.
if I send it, it goes in our minutes, is that what you're saying?
Whatever you do for a packet, but yeah, attached to your minutes if you could.
Okay,
A lot of places, their agenda has copies of all the
Yeah.
documents pertaining to the discussion item, and that agenda with its attachments
Oh,
becomes part of the public record.
this is they wanted to know
So
that
does
it's
it
an
just,
outfit
like, that
that's coming
information given
in
to, like, the clerk and recorder
to
or
open a
something?
gravel
Is
pit.
that what you're saying? So it doesn't necessarily have to be scanned
Yeah, on
in with the minutes,
stickles.
it just needs to be put
It's
somewhere.
decided.
Oh, it's for
Which
the
side is not
private
zoned, it's
overpass.
side is
Is
not
it
zoned,
anything
is
like that
no,
other than, you know,
and then
bill
the rest.
contract or whatever.
and then that's it. Something you gotta do.
I'll just email this. to
There
you.
was a
Well,
notice,
you asked me to put it on the
You can
agenda,
see
so I
what
put
a
it on
packet
the
looks
agenda.
like.
I'm sorry.
there was a
For
notice
city over
in the
there,
Terry
it's got
Tribune 2 weeks ago.
Everything
that
in it
covered
that's gonna be
that.
discussed at the
Yeah,
meeting.
he asked, I
Too.
Just
Okay.
doing
I
that.
followed
Okay.
directions, cause he asked me
What's
to
it
put
on
it on the
the
agenda.
They're making sure they don't get in trouble with the
That
zoning.
was sent from you to the.
So they're asking if they're
Was all the
zoned.
commissioners on it? Yes.
Was that
Yes.
Terry
We print all of that.
Stickle?
in there. Yep.
I don't know where it's at. I didn't look at the legal.
Jerry.
So weird.
Marlene
I wanna do it
Morris
right, I
from
just-
CB
I
Road.
wanna make sure I know what I'm doing right.
I'm not sure that's even in Prairie County. What's the legal on it? You don't see it?
It says not in zoning, Dan. They don't have to sign it or do anything with it, right? It's just that they're trying to make sure they are compliant. That's.
I haven't seen it yet, but that's what I assume they're requesting is confirmation that they don't need to have any zoning permits or request a rezone or anything like that.
7 days. 30.
Really?
Yeah, this doesn't have the legal on it.
So this is, what you sent me is an example of what might be in a packet?
Yeah, that's just the most recent packet from over in Little City.
Oh, and they scan everything in and put it all online.
That, see, yeah, the packet is like that, and they do an email distribution list, anyone that wants to receive it.
Okay,
Let's see.
we don't do an email distribution unless for the minutes, do we, Sherry?
Well, that's for the agendas, actually.
For just the agenda?
Yeah, that's the agenda. The agenda is a packet. So they don't just send this. They would send this along with copies of these resolutions and policies and any information that goes along with is how they typically prepare their agenda packets. But alternatively, you could attach them to your minutes just so that they're publicly filed and available.
Okay,
So this is the DEQ.
but we don't wanna be doing this email thing at all, correct? Because we don't wanna have to keep printing it off. That's what you're
Right,
saying, right?
yes.
Yeah, go on.
Okay,
No glasses on, you're right.
it'd have to go with the minutes because Sherry does all the agendas. Because I'm not here, I'm only here.
Right, that makes it a little more complicated for sure, but that's just an example of what
Okay.
other places
I got
do to
it.
make sure that everything's there, it's very transparent.
Okay.
Okay, in accordance with, must certify that it complies with local zoning regs.
That's good, really big.
Site is not zoning, yep. So this really just needs signed, they've already got it filled in.
Yeah,
It says that they're gonna do some mining, they provided us with their plan, they already pre-marked that the site is not zoned, and we're just confirming that there is no zoning.
down here.
Yes, let's see, certification by local governing body, yes.
So who do I send that to?
Whoever had requested it.
I don't know.
Riverside Contracting,
Todd sent it to me. So someone must have sent it to me.
oh, Henry? Definitely.
Devlin. He sent it to me and said, put on the agenda.
Yeah, that's Irvin Stickle. So he is in Prairie County.
So I followed directions once.
She also came in here and gave me directions yesterday. I have yet to partake with them.
Oh, on the board,
Yeah,
I talked to Doug Ryan. They
yeah.
have a meeting today, so they'll figure out the ones.
Oh,
Doug
good.
Ryan will stay on the TV board, so you don't have to.
Oh, we have, see,
You what?
He'll stay on the TV district.
so
If you wanna keep.
the
him on.
clerk's office
Yeah.
put together something for you guys this afternoon regarding conduct of public meetings for boards. I'm not sure where you pulled that resource, what resource you pulled that from, but, I did add one more item at the bottom. When you see that after lunch, I'll be in another meeting here. It's not really proper for the public to just walk in and dictate what goes on the county commissioner's agenda. That shouldn't be happening. People that have something they want to talk to the commissioners about can come in during public comment, or they can ask the commissioners about placing an item on an agenda. But I was just looking at your next agenda, and it's a little out of control. You've got Greg Berger put on there a moratorium and interim zoning, which is gonna draw a big crowd to talk about something that I don't think you guys are ready to make a decision on.
Nope.
Todd Tibbetts has a half-hour discussion block for the definition of the word neighbor. I don't know what that has to do with anything or why that's on your agenda, but that should be something you place on the agenda if you think it should be on there. Otherwise, you can come give public comment about it. Todd's also got a discussion about Mako issues. I don't know if that's an action item that the commissioners want to have on the agenda or not, or if that's something he can talk to you about during public comment. And then Shane Eaton has something about a tall structures ordinance, which I can tell you now is zoning. But that's on there as an agenda item as well. And I think the commissioners probably want to keep a little tighter control over what goes on your agenda when you're gonna have big topics of discussion and not create public expectations. Because this makes it look like you're gonna be making some decision on a moratorium or interim zoning.
That sounds like it would get us in trouble.
I think that really just when the public wants something on, if they want to talk to the commissioners, they can come during public comment and talk to you. And then if they want something on the agenda, they can ask one of you if you'd be willing to put an action item or discussion
At that
item on the
time.
agenda. But the public shouldn't be walking in and just filling up your agenda with stuff that is not something the commissioners necessarily want to be deciding on or discussing in depth. You control your agenda. No one else controls your agenda. So that's just,
So I need guidance,
so I was like,
but we'll discuss. it.
why are those four things placed on your agenda without you placing them there?
Sounds like it's an all-day wind farm discussion.
And that is always sort of been allowed. Oh, I want to get on the commissioner's agenda, and that's what we've sort of been done informally, but I see half a day worth of stuff there that is, and some of it has been
Hashed and
hashed and rehashed, and that I don't think that the commissioners are in a position to make a decision on, but people come and they're like, we've had 3 meetings and you haven't made a decision. Well, I don't think that you guys are trying to make a decision yet on some of this stuff. But things get placed on your agenda as though you don't control it when you do.
So you need to have a little bit more,
I need more
Guidance
guidance
on
from
what-
you guys. I want
And I-
it specific.
And I
from you
assume that
guys.
you're gonna give Sherry some discretion, like when the museum says they have something, whatever, a broken window, that Sherry could be like, well, that's a county administrative issue that I can put on the agenda. Or if the sheriff has something, you know, that perhaps he can, if has a grant that needs approved or something, he could work with Sherry. But I think when the public come in and just say, I'm gonna place X on the commissioner's agenda, that's not how, it's not how it's supposed to work. You could allow it if you want, but I think it's gonna probably get,
can we
Worse and worse.
kind of have a consensus to tell them, because they're all gonna show up this afternoon.
well, this afternoon's already set.
Yeah, but
This
I mean,
is,
we
this
could-
is not even
30th.
published yet. That's the
We could
30th.
tell-
This is, this
Yeah,
is,
but we could have something decided that we could
That's why we're saying that to
put
discuss
forth
it when
to
I.
them this
Or
afternoon.
discuss
So
it.
your
when it should be
policy
a Resolution.
at 1:30, the sheriff and I are in another meeting at 1:30. So that's, I'm just mentioning to you, you're gonna see a policy about public participation in meetings as well as agenda placement. And you'll see it at your 1:30, I think.
1:45.
1:45, and if I'm done, I'll come down, but, you'll note
Oh,
that
it's
the
gonna be a
last,
resolution.
yeah, there's a formal resolution put together for your consideration from Laney primarily, and then I added one that just said that members of the public can request agenda items, but they can't,
This
from the
resolution,
commissioner, but they can't just come in and be like, sign me up for 2 o'clock to talk about X, Y, Z.
the resolution.
That's
that
what
we-
public comment's for.
The resolution that we created is the notes that we were attaching to the agenda that I brought in at the last meeting. I showed them to Dan. He thought they were a great idea and we thought it would be great to put it on as a resolution, so it's set, so you literally can say this is
Make
the
it part of our-
resolution.
For all boards, not just
Just
the
all.
commissioners, but all county boards would have those guidelines. And then the same agenda rules, whoever's the chair of that board should be establishing the agenda, not just the public walking in and,
And that
signing things up.
resolution will state that,
yes.
well,
Literally is what it is Dan just worked that, you know, the sheet that we got at Mako? That little sheet that we got when we did, and it said public participation.
Right.
Dan went through and added some things to that specific.
Streamlined it for us.
To a resolution. You guys can choose to pass it or not pass it, but that's how I put it on the agenda, so that, maybe then we have more guidance on public. When you're saying it's a 3-second and this and this, you can literally pull out the resolution.
that could be maybe sent to the board chairs.
Yep. Yes,
What Christine was asking, can we take those people off of the next agenda and tell them tonight that
we're
they can
going to.
do that on public discussion?
Yeah, and if there's someone that, and what I've proposed for the language is that they can come in during public comment and say, hey, commissioners, I'm concerned about X, Y, and Z. I'd ask you to consider putting it on one of your future agendas. And then you can do that. Rather than you showing up to Commissioner Day and being like, oh, wow, there's a bunch of stuff on here that either we were planning on discussing next month. Or that we've already hashed out and don't want to dedicate another hour to talking about right now in the middle of everything else that's going on. Or stuff that just should be a public comment and not something that the public sees as a potentially an action item on the agenda that they feel they
Right.
have to show up for.
Looking like.
The commissioners had no intention.
It's like an action item.
Right.
Yes.
Right, when it's largely public comment. I mean, I don't know what, the commissioners certainly can't just make a decision on a tall structures ordinance.
No.
And again, that's zoning, but if it's on there, people are gonna come to provide comment about a tall structures ordinance, which I can tell you would be part of zoning. You're not gonna just pass an ordinance that tries to accomplish zoning without it being zoning. That's what that Helena case said as well, is that you can't disguise zoning as something else or call it something slightly different. If it's zoning and you gotta do it correctly.
Like we're being badgered.
Did you guys figure out what the Riverside contracting thing is?
Yeah, it's that gravel thing that.
It's good to go. It was a DEQ permit to confirm that there is no zoning.
Do I just
And,
need to put that they?
I think we should probably have a motion in a second as well, just to
I
approve
would
that, just for the record.
Make a motion that we sign the compliance for Riverside Contracting. The stickle certification for gravel.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Seeing no more discussion, all in favor, say aye. Aye, motion pass.
That just lets DEQ know that there is no zoning on that parcel that needs to be navigated before they do their final permitting.
So can I just call it the zoning compliance from DEQ letter?
Yep, for the Stickle project.
You want me to go look when you sent it?
Here it is.
Who seconded it?
Yeah, you didn't
Yeah.
say anything else. You just said put it on.
What date was that?
Sure, you want this sign?
Yeah, once he figures out what I'm supposed to do.
Okay.
Let's do our minutes, Todd.
Just a minute.
Thank you. Did Carly call back with a date? Carly
No.
King?
I emailed her and I asked her which date she wanted and I never heard back, so maybe I'll call her. She wanted in January.
January was what,
Yeah, but she said either one of those, and I said, which one would you prefer? So, and then she never answered. So maybe I will go look in my email.
wanna call her?
Make sure to get her on there.
I know we had talked about her showing up in December, but it looked like it was gonna be an impossible task.
Guess I can just forward this to you. No. That's not it.
I don't think it says on here.
Here it is, this one. Stacy Hill. If I forward that,
So Christine, something to make a note on your minutes at 3:30 for public comment. I forgot to write in that you guys received a letter from Greg Berger. And that it's part of the minutes. It was his testimony or his public comment.
Oh, on
For that day.
this one?
Yeah, for the
Which-
6th of December at 3:30. It wasn't read, but you guys received it and read it.
yeah, it's gonna tell you. Okay,
Okay.
3:30, your Greg Berger letter.
Yeah, I didn't get it there. It'll be exhibit, D.
BER or BUR?
How do you say his last name? Berger. I meant to add it in there and I didn't get it in there. Cause there's 3 exhibits that go with that particular,
And that would be exhibit A,
that's exhibit B.
B.
You got it closed?
I just get it. Do we wanna do minutes or not?
Yeah.
We got about 15 minutes. We better do it.
Are
County
you
Board of
required to
Commissioners.
read them out loud or do you guys just do that because?
We just do it.
Okay, I was just curious if it was a
It,
requirement.
it
or-
clears, it makes it gives you a lot more accuracy to your minutes because everybody gets to look at the hard copy and what you're saying and stuff and
Might catch something.
catch the
Usually you find what gets turned around.
I got it.
Prairie County Board of Commissioners Todd Devlin and Christine Kellner met in regular session, and I am in attendance. Administrative Assistant Harry McDonald. Commissioner Teskey is out of town and will join the meeting this afternoon. 9:07 a.m. Pledge of Allegiance call to order. Public comment on agenda. Lucas Verstella from Crowley Black Attorneys to observe the zoning conversation.
Nextera lawyer,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I add that to it.
Lucas Barcella.
Yep, gotcha.
is he LLC Glendive Wind or is he Nextera?
Just put them both down.
Put them both down, yeah. Oh, it's gonna get to be a nightmare.
Gonna be fun.
9:25 a.m. video with Kevon Martis playing during commission meeting for informal purposes on closed caption. 9:40 a.m. Commissioner Keller read the minutes from the November 27th, 2024 commission meeting. 9:49 a.m. County Attorney Dan Rice joined the meeting. Discussion on zoning. Interim zoning and other options the county can and should consider. The commissioners talked about the letter from Nextera putting in writing they will not start construction for 12 months. Exhibit A. Exhibit misspelled.
Yep.
10 a.m. Commissioner Kellner made a motion to accept the minutes from the November 27th, 2024 Commissioners meeting as corrected, seconded by Commissioner Devlin. All in favor, motion passed. 10:05 a.m. Commissioners and Attorney Dan Rice discussed outside legal advice and contract agreements. Only the commission can sign a contract with outside legal advice. 10:10 a.m. Commissioner Devlin called Doug Rohan from the Montana Department of Revenue and centrally assessed property to talk about revenue with the West Glendive Wind Project. They were added to the November 18th Commissioner meeting. 10/27.
December.
Yeah, that should be December.
Yeah.
That's why we read them out loud. Cause I missed it.
Yeah.
10:27 a.m. Commissioner Kellner noted that Carla King will be
K.
put. That's the K,
A instead of a C.
will be put on the agenda review of cybersecurity for the county sometime in January 2025. 10:30 a.m. The county has received $186,840.27 from the Milwaukee Bridge Quick Fix Project. It was more than that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yes,
the
they-
exact dollar amount.
It was Milwaukee and CB route and Thorn.
Yeah,
Road.
there's 3 bridges,
You want the numbers or just the
Whatever
names?
you want me to put on there.
just the names. That,
So the Milwaukee and then what?
CB route.
Yep.
And Thorn Road.
Okay.
And it was,
You want a quick
What?
fix project from MDOT?
yeah, and the money was to be returned to 2995. LATCF fund.
No, what was the number?
2995.
Gotcha.
10:49 a.m. It was brought to the commissioners that administrative assistant Harry McNall had the program up and read, but forgot to start
Up
the
and
audio.
ready, sorry.
Up and ready. Forgot to start the audio recording, is now recording. 10:50 a.m. Chip joined the meeting and discussed health issues with wind turbines. He discussed different research and information about the animal interactions concerning birds, etc. He also explained the movement of wind and how turbines affect those wind movements. He stated that animals have side effects from wind turbines as well. Wind turbines have the issues with silt in wells and water. There is also documented cases with windmill syndrome. Holy criminy. From wind turbines make a difference over 1,000 feet. Xterra has proposed 1 mile from primary residence of non-participating. Put on environmental impacts, etc. Dan Rice, Chip, what are your health concerns and could be dealt locally?
And here, just a second, what's Chip's last name?
Mint,
Mintz.
MINTZ.
Okay, thanks. Got that up there, sorry.
Chip, livestock grazing and other cattle concerns. Dan, do you know what those setbacks are for those factors? Chip, is not well defined. If you had a dairy outfit, it would be more concerning, and breeding would be best at a further, not farther distance. Maybe a half mile away. Dan, what are the manufacturer's suggested safety buffer distances from the turbines? Chip, recommendation is 1 mile for residential, a half mile from livestock, or at least, or at the landowner's discretion. Boy, half a mile from livestock, how you gonna do that? You got a permanent and moving fixtures. Cows move.
Well,
Wind
that'd
turbines
be
don't.
property line, because you're participating with.
Right, maybe non-participating.
Yeah.
Discussion on the aspects of turbines such as fiberglass debris and other health impacts from turbine wear and breakage. Should the commissioners recommend half mile from ground wells, water wells, etc. What buffers, setbacks, etc. should the commissioners recommend? Chip at least a half a mile from ground wells and livestock wells. That should say from chip at least half mile from residential wells and livestock wells.
Instead of ground well, yeah.
At least a half mile from all water wells.
But make it clear in our minutes, we're talking livestock wells too.
Okay,
I put half mile from residential wells and livestock wells.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way they know that we addressed the livestock issue, and Chip did too.
Can I ask you guys a really fast question? Carly would like early morning on January 8th. Is there a way we can move road later or to not have road in the morning on it? Cause she needs to be in Judith Gap by 1:30.
So she wants to have it at what time?
The earliest she could, so if I could not have a road.
Well, isn't that just more or less in the office? It isn't with us, is it?
What?
The Carly's gonna be looking at your,
Oh, I thought she wanted to meet with you guys.
no, she wants to do the, investigation on how our setup is.
Okay, so she doesn't need to visit with you?
I don't think so.
Oh, I thought she needed to be on your
No.
agenda.
No, this is just looking at our security system.
Oh, well, then she can come anytime.
Yep,
Okay.
Yeah,
For
thanks.
some reason, I thought she had to be on
Yeah,
your.
no,
guys'
that's
agenda.
understandable.
Okay.
Thank you.
12 o'clock lunch break. Clerk and 1 o'clock, clerk and recorder Sherry Roberts provided claims for the commission to review and sign. 1069, 1068. County Attorney Dan Rice and Lucas Verstella from Crowley Fleck Attorneys joined the meeting.
Nextera again.
1:37 PM, short discussion on zoning concerning the process, timeline, and other details, as well as a possible development agreement that is in line with the zoning regulations proposal. We need to identify objectives. Tara, I think that's misspelled. I think it's TRRA.
I think so.
Okay,
2 PM, Tara Berman with Eastern Montana Economic Development Corp. to present the Community Reinvestment Organization documents, CRO. Commissioner Devlin called Joe Charbonneau with Dawson County Commissioners. 2:13 PM, Commissioner Keller made a motion to accept the resolution 25-14 resolution to affirmatively participate in the Montana Community Reinvestment Plan for identifying an approved HAB Development Corporation as Prairie County's Community Reinvestment Organization, seconded by Commissioner Devlin. All in favor, motion passed. 2:36 PM, Prairie County Fair Board members Charlotte Seidman, Tom Pescara, Martins, and Tamara Schultz. 2:30 PM, Commissioner Teskey joined the meeting. Started to describe the building that is being considered. There have been approximately 35 meetings since 2022 to come up with the details and the plan for the building. The board has been in contact with Bannock Group LLC for feasibility studies and fundraising. Jason Jimerson from Bannock Group joined the meeting to discuss their services and thoughts on the project and timeline.
should I put that he was via Zoom or?
Yeah, video.
9:25 PM, Andrea Bybee, the ambulance service, to speak to the commissioners about the crisis grant. She went over draft details of the grant with commissioners. Commissioner Devon signed MOU with Prairie County Hospital for ambulance service for long-term care residents to Miles City and Glendive. Miles City, it's gotta be fixed. 3:30 PM.
Yeah,
What are you saying?
Public comment. Huh?
Mile City.
Miles, no apostrophe,
Oh,
and
okay.
capital and city.
The first line on the public comment should read Greg Berger letter by email, Exhibit B.
Where's that?
It's not on there. I forgot to put it on there, but Greg Berger's letter that he sent you guys to have his public comment last time. You guys all read it.
Public comment, Shane Eaton gave statements about community preservation within Terry and the county. There are historical sites within Prairie County that would be affected by these turbines. He also gave statements on government spending that affects county residents. Todd Tibbetts, misspelled,
Provided.
Yeah, it is. Holy cow, I'm gonna mess that one up.
Provided.
Gotcha.
comments on open spaces for tourism and younger retirement folks. Younger and retirement. Coming into the community. Sheila, misspelled, Dixon,
Yeah, I should catch those afterwards, but when I'm typing extremely fast.
you heard Ross say, if we are still here about reclamation. She was troubled by that statement.
I don't remember them saying that, but
Any purchase in favor of interim zoning to give the county time and listed many concerns with the effects of wind turbine operations and to animals' health, etc. Dan comment,
I'll put Dan Rice. No, wait, that wasn't Dan Rice. That was, I don't know what that guy's name was. That's why I put Dan. He was in the
He's
back row that day.
he's the bird guy.
Oh, that's right. You guys know his last name?
No,
Okay. Should I put Dan the bird guy?
Yep, God, they put it in there, Dan, the bird guy.
that's
Yeah,
how he introduced
see.
himself.
The LLCs will be around while there is money. They are not cost effective. The wind LLCs will be around while there is money and they are not cost effective. Concerned with bird population and all other wildlife. Gave his statements on concerns and thoughts to wind turbines. There should be some electricity left in Montana. Bob Phelan provided the commission with a map showing land he is leasing in Prairie County. His request is to consider not allowing the wind turbines on farm ground contemplated if they do zone. He read a comment from Knutson.
Did I spell that right?
Nope. No Z, S. And I don't know if that means. KN, isn't it KNU?
KNU? TSEN? Is that what you're thinking?
No, that's what it is,
Okay.
TSEN, and it's KN. UNE, I think, Knudsen.
And up the Bob Phelan map showing state land.
I'm sorry, what?
Bob Phelan provided commission with a map showing state land he is leasing.
So it was state land that he was
State
leasing?
land.
Oh, okay.
All I know was Sir
Part of the Sur Ranch.
Ranch. Yeah. Jim Swanson's custodian. Jim Swanson, yeah.
Knudsen friend said that the state land board has taken the Glendyke project off the agenda. They have not taken it off the agenda. They have
Off of the November or the December agenda.
December.
Put it on the January agenda.
It's on the January agenda.
Okay.
4 p.m. Dale Tribby called to speak with the commissioners on BLM Sage Grouse proposed plan amendments and finally EIS. He went over a paper with the commissioners, Exhibit C. There have been a lot of changes from the 2000. Not been a lot of changes from the 2015 version. All the Prairie County is general habitat. 435,000 acres have been removed in the county. That's an incorrect statement, but that is what he said.
And
It's
not that-
288,000.
Yeah, it's 200.
So what do you do in a situation like that? Dale misspoke. There's 435,000.
That's how many acres there was to
In
begin with.
parentheses, in
Yeah,
Of federal.
of federal.
So he just messed up.
in parentheses behind that, there's actual 280,000, is that what it was, that's been removed?
Yeah, he said 288 removed from,
Can we just parentheses that behind that acres?
288,000
Acres,
Okay.
actual.
conversation about sage grouse and gravel pits and previous or existing gravel pits. He also spoke about what the EIS says about sage grouse exclusion within 2 miles of their lake. Avoidance of, this is wind farms. He also spoke about the EIS says about sage grouse and wind generation. Exclusion within 2 miles of lake avoidance in the rest of the general habitat management area. Record decision is scheduled to be out March 2025. You know, we could stop this real quick with one called U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service,
Yep,
if you want to put up with it.
we'll wear it for the rest of our lives.
Yep. Just tell them you have concerns about sage grouse. 4:40 PM, commissioners. Misspelled or ERS.
Yep.
Not made a decision on zoning, but are given the planning board to go ahead to look into zoning. We have reviewed the concerns and effects of wind turbines. They are considering a 1 mile setback, half mile from property lines for livestock and stock wells.
For residential.
You guys going to the, Board of Health meeting?
Pretty quick.
Yeah. What's on their agenda?
I didn't look at their agenda, they're just all.
Well, it should have something to do with wind farms. It should be. It should be.
I don't know. I
Absolutely.
didn't see what's on there. I just saw them all in there and,
They got a lot of clout.
Tell them we'll be there pretty quick.
pretty quick. All right, let them know.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got the Stockwell and and residential opening.
Look into sage grouse is spelled wrong.
Lex. LAK.
Okay.
Within the area and have, if any are active, Lex.
Yeah, got it.
And if there are. It has to be 2 miles setbacks. Commissioner Devlin explained that Nextera has been given a letter stating that they will not start construction for 12 months. Exhibit A. Prairie County Growth Policy made an update. Then looked at zoning. We're gonna stop there and we're gonna finish this up.
That's good. Are my notes too detailed in this situation or no?
No, we just had a lot of shit going on.
No, I know. I just want to make sure I'm not overloading all the stuff you don't want in there.
Yeah, you're better to say more than less.
Okay.
Just because intent is different.
We're just going down there.
We're just headed to the courtroom.
For now, that's fine. I gotta walk down to the hardware store before we come back. Pick up some cat food now.
Need a hit, do you? Absolutely, I bet you good caffeine.
No. Give you something.
You know,
Like keypad?
Keypad. This keypad, you were running, it's in the slot, it's not hooked up, it's just in that slot. And you use Bluetooth.
Mhm.
And Bluetooth multiple, so you can put your two iPads up there, you can put up, your phone, your iPad, and then you can go back and forth.
Nice.
That's what it's supposed to do.
Doesn't do it?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah, I kinda wanna get an iPad. They seem like a useful tool.
Well, this iPad here, I just got. I've had three, this is my third one. And I've had this unplugged for 7 days. It's 37%.
It was on the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
Was in sleep mode,
that's pretty good.
but it's got the fingerprint I didn't,
Oh,
want
okay.
it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they did give it. Okay.
Just got notified by United that I got 2,435 miles to use.
Are you timed out on them? Don't you?
I think he gets out.
I would too.
Okay. You just put that on your letterhead. That. Oh.
You want me to get you another piece of that? That looks pretty good.
I gutted too much the way it was.
Never have too much.
I'll tell you that in a week when I try to put these pants back on. You just heard that, did you?
What's that?
You just got that, did you?
No, I've heard that before.
I'm sure this is enlightening.
Is this the one you were talking about?
I have no idea what you're
I'm
talking
pretty
about.
agreed.
Why don't we start with
Letter
that?
from Greg Bear.
Looks like it's easy reading. Give us something to do for a
What's
night
this
or
one right
two.
here? On here. has a
What did you think of that
comment.
video you watched, Rustin? Yeah, one.
I didn't get a lot out of it because we were trying to do other stuff. I gotta do it again.
The first hour of it was pretty on spot. The questions and answers were pretty specific for their area.
I think, yeah, the first hour was, I thought, pretty
For
important.
the most part, I thought it was a good
Yeah,
deal.
there was stuff you don't think about. That's
An
what,
awful lot of it, yeah.
yeah. You don't know to think about it.
Don't know what I don't know. I go through that a lot here lately.
I need to sit down and talk to you one day about your cataract business. Are you glad you did it?
Yes,
Do you see better now?
well, not such a cloudy world, and I'll be doing better when I get my new glasses. I'm still wearing my old ones and they're kind of cumbersome at times. I don't need glasses to see far away now, but I still need them to read the computer and
So you've always been nearsighted then, you can see what's close, but you
Yep.
couldn't see what was far away.
right,
And see, I have a more difficult time seeing what's further away.
you're nearsighted.
I'm nearsighted.
Yeah.
That wife of mine, we're going down the road, she'll read the sign, and I can't hardly see the sign.
That was one thing I noticed when I went home from the surgery. I could see. And I didn't have my glasses on. But it didn't sink in for a while.
Sure.
Oh, wait a minute. This is kind of weird.
Yeah.
But I'm 20/20 in this eye and 20/25 in this one now.
Wow. You don't need glasses at all.
Not to see far away, but if I gotta read this or look at the computer screen, I still need glasses.
Yeah, because your arms aren't long enough. They're pretty long, they can hit me, but
They're not long enough to read.
You guys wanna try to get through some minutes before they bring you?
Yeah.
yeah.
Commissioner Devon explained that Nextera has given a letter stating they will not gonna start construction for 12 months. So where we're at,
No, we're on page 4.
where I am.
Percent. Oh, okay.
On the top,
Oh, okay, yeah, you are.
The Prairie County growth policy must be updated, then look at zoning. Commissioner Tessie suggested a pause for a year, look into industrial zoning. Mr. Jeske made a motion that the land planning board updates the growth policy, seconded by Commissioner Kellner. All in favor, motion passed. Commissioner Tessie made a motion to put the moratorium on industrial development canceled,
withdrawn,
Made a-
not canceled.
withdrawn.
Yeah.
Commissioner Tessie made a motion to put in place interim zoning, no second on this issue, motion is dead. Commissioner Devon said that he is not going to support the motion. Commissioner Kellner said she needs more information. County Attorney Dan Rice said it is not on the agenda and needs time to research. Lon Rukoff said he suggested putting it on this December 18th, 2024. Moratorium details need to be specific and detailed. Greeny Perch frustrated over the process not going forward. Commissioner Devlin, we are the most conservative county in Montana, and the commissioners are very cautious about going into zoning. Aaron Martinson is in writing that they will not start construction. Yes, it is in writing that they will not start construction for 12 months. The county attorney Nextera attorney both agree this is legally written and signed document. They do not have to have the growth policy updated to start zoning. Both can be done at the same time, briefed. The commissioners about this conversations with two legal firms, the costs and conditions. Jerry Gabinsk,
That's spelled wrong there. It's in a,
Gabinsk, it's
Look at
the on
No,
the,
I've got it over here.
Let me look at it on the agenda.
with Great West Engineering. I have a letter of engagement from the commissioners to be updating North Austin. And also has a conversation with the state head and BLM and talked about the NEPA process. Todd Tibbetts, is
You
spelled
spell it right?
What?
Tibbetts,
Tibbetts
yeah,
isn't spelled right.
it's TT.
Same way the other time.
Tibbetts.
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 Yeah, gotcha.
Todd Tibbetts, the growth clause must be updated before the zoning is completed. Owen Devlin is this project as a whole or just next to a company? What's that mean?
He was asking about the contract, if it was just Nextera that couldn't do work, or if everybody in the project couldn't do the work. I believe is what he was talking about, because that's what you guys had been talking about before.
The
you brought up
letter?
The question, yeah.
I think the letter. Exhibit A letter.
I mean, I can add more detail to that. I just don't know, whatever you want on there.
Just put parentheses, Exhibit A letter. For reference.
Just next to our Glendive Wind Farm, Wind LLC. Lucas. It is the company and project as a whole that there will be no construction for 12 months. So, okay, that's the answer to Owen's question.
Yep.
Dan writes that he heard from Mako there is no statute in law that gives authority for a moratorium on development. The option would be to interim zone and it would be done through resolution. Land Planning Board will find more information on land moratorium in Long County before the next meeting. Concern with Mako Nextera's connection was mentioned. Commissioner Devlin explained what happened and the steps were taken to remove them from the website. Todd Tibbetts explained his concerns over Mako and would like this to be on the agenda to talk about in more detail additional conversations about legal advice over zoning. A question was asked if the leases were Nextera. With Nextera would prevent the Keystone Oil pipeline, or even the Stockwater line on the same ground as wind turbine. Bob Phelan has a bill. That was never answered, that question, right?
No, it wasn't. It was more of a statement because the guy.
Bob Phelan misspelled Len, I think.
Yeah.
Has a bill in the works to regulate wind turbines to 250 feet. That's not gonna apply.
I'm not even gonna get on the
No.
agenda.
You won't even get debated.
No,
Commissioner Devlin made a motion to start working on scoping questions to be worked on both by the commissioners and the land planning board. Second, Commissioner Pesky open to discussion. All in favor, motion passed. Discussion on zoning and scoping letter and who those scoping letters should go to. 5:45 PM, Commissioner Test made a motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Kellner. All in favor, motion passed. Signed on the 18th day of December 2024.
I make a motion to accept the minutes as corrected.
I second that.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passed. Okay.
You want to do these minutes over here? So
We've got a one pager.
half a page.
3 PM,
I got a back page.
3 PM, the county commissioners.
There's two sides to that, yes.
Uh,
Well, that
We better,
was a questions.
The backside are the questions as you guys. On the backside are the questions, so. And they're right off of Lonnie's writing.
You wanna just do the front page and or you wanna just wait and do it later?
let's let Araya get her business done. Do it later.
Okay.
Christine wants to stay on my good side.
Better believe
Do
it.
you, do you have a good time?
I do.
Yes, she does.
You
How's
just
it
don't know
feeling
about
to-
it because you are a pest.
How is how is good side feeling today?
I feel okay today.
You gonna live?
Yeah, I went to the dentist this morning. That's why I didn't do this morning, but feeling okay. And then claims are normal, regular, just, there's about 20 or 30 checks, I think, and then some online ones. There are gonna be 3 places to sign in the book. John Pisk's Voyager was late and we got an email from Voyager, so that one is by itself on top. And we'll get it paid today so that we don't get any negative. Yeah, that one right there. I didn't mark it as well.
552.
Yep,
You like some gum?
no thanks.
Any big surprises today?
I don't think so.
That's nice.
Yeah. The one that you just signed is the normal annual contracted amount, the stock growers, for the stock growers, because I saw that one was like 8,000. You don't think mostly it's a normal middle of the month one? What? Oh yeah, Lainey did that. She's on top of the ball, Lainey is. She's the one that put the book together. I got all the reports and stuff printed and she put the book together. She did a great job.
Okay, guys. Be aware there's arrows for you to look at.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you miss it, you are not looking.
Yeah.
You guys get behind, is that why you guys were finishing up minutes?
We had some public comment in the middle of things that
Yeah, but it took up another agenda item.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I saw that Great West contract is still sitting in our box, so I figured that was one that got,
didn't we sign that?
We signed it today.
oh, you did? Okay,
Yep, you got it signed today.
okay. I figured since it was in our box and hadn't been scanned, it didn't get signed. Perfect. Do have a lot of journal entries today. One last records destruction from Fran.
You get over being touchy?
Touchy? What?
Fran, get over being touchy? She was almost nuts. Conversation worthy last commissioner meeting.
Oh,
She was perturbed over something.
I don't know.
I think she's afraid somebody's gonna give her a party or something.
Yes, we did not give her a party. We did have cake, but we didn't give her a party, so she didn't get mad at us for that.
Yes. You can blow smoke.
You can be the one
Oh,
that
I'll
Fran's
tell
mad
you
at.
what,
then,
she
Todd.
was
Come
not
on.
happy.
Yeah. I've been the one that she was mad at enough times. I was not throwing any kind of party.
You know what, just. We get in next year after the holiday, just invite her over, because she needs to find this thing and throw her a party, just if we can, we should do that.
Yeah. Again, someone who's not me gets to do that because I've been the irritator more than enough.
I would like to do.
Well, you should. It would be wonderful. Yeah, we didn't throw a party because we want her to actually come back and say hi every once in a while and come to coffee breaks and stuff. Mm-hmm.
See if I did it, then she didn't get it.
No. Uh-uh.
Didn't know nothing, we showed up till we said to be here, and
And like,
we're here, and we're
Yeah.
here, well, let's party.
yeah.
Do it, do it. huh?
Yeah. Be like, I know something's fishy because I know you guys wouldn't just listen to Dennis for no reason.
Yeah. Hope he listens to him.
Always bother me, small post office like this, and they always gotta put the stamp on it because it's the wrong address.
Mhm.
Stamp it, but you get it anyway.
Yeah. For a while, they were sending it back though. It was nuts.
Thank you so much.
Does that help? If you need any more, just let me know. I got
Okay,
ready somewhere.
What you got?
Perfect, thanks, Todd.
You want this?
And Sherry isn't in there?
Yeah, she's here. I'm just not sure where.
Oh, okay, I'll leave it on her desk.
What is
Okay.
that?
that is a lease. That we need to. That we've been given privilege to.
Is that coming from Shane?
This is a lease we've been given privilege to.
Gotcha.
We'll just
Let it go at that.
read it at home and it's for information.
Oh,
I use it for a doorstop.
That is, read it first, but then you can.
yeah, read it first. Just thumb through there, read it first, don't open it now.
What is this you're giving me, Dennis?
Just police
Home reading.
home reading.
Okay.
This is a little non-biased little book we got.
Yeah, it looks like there's no bias to it. The word scam makes you feel real good about it.
Yeah.
Feels very scientific.
Basically talk about tax credits they get.
Oh, sure.
Travis Lockement suggested when the snow goes off for us to look at the blacktop and the sidewalks. He said they're getting pretty pitty. That they're about to, on the verge of breakup.
You mean like a parking lot,
Yeah.
what that cost?
Well, I know you guys had talked about looking into it.
What did it cost?
$11,000.
Wow.
Just to do the parking lot?
Mhm.
Wow.
What was I gonna do?
When we seal coated it 7 or 8 years
That
ago,
was a
all it
big
cost
deal.
that much then. Cause we did seal coat then.
Are the sidewalks our responsibility? Or are they the city's?
I think they're ours. I'm not
I
sure.
think
if
they're
it's-
ours.
And then I wasn't sure how that went.
like if I want a sidewalk in front of my house, it's completely my responsibility, but I don't know, since we're down here in the business district, I don't know.
Well, I think,
Yeah, even the sidewalks, if they go in like like the boulevard part.
Mhm.
That's owned by the city.
Yeah,
It's your responsibility to mow it.
yeah, it's your responsibility to mow it, take care of the sidewalks, all of that stuff. That's why there, you'll see like one house does not have have a sidewalk and the one next to us.
There's no sidewalks at my house. There is in our yard, but not out around the sidewalk.
I kind of figured, because I generally know where you live, but it's not really very.
Well, we have
sidewalk
sidewalks from our house to the garage.
Mhm.
And I didn't think about it, but it's really old cement.
Oh,
And I used de-icer on it and it ruined a huge chunk of the sidewalk.
oh no, our whole corner's all crumbly and gross. I bet it was something like
It
that.
wouldn't have done it if I hadn't used that ice melt on it, because the places I didn't use ice melt,
That's fine.
perfectly fine.
Worse. Worse.
It was irritating. Some
Yeah.
of the things,
Like I just cost myself.
but now it's a skating rink.
what you got?
So I have a bunch of journal vouchers. These three here, here, I'll
Those
put them in.
adjustments or voucher?
They're, adjustments.
Okay.
Um, these three here are, so Sherry, when she was balancing the payroll, check cashing, the warrants clearing account, she noticed that there was $958.53 that didn't clear through the accounts right. And it was just a voucher that she had created and gotten completely ready, but hadn't actually hit just the final post button. So, and this was in last fiscal year, so she had to unroll last fiscal, hit post, and then re-roll. So that's what these three are, is one was unrolling, one was re-rolling, and one is the posting that. The one that says payroll SUDA, that's the state unemployment. That's the one that she had to click the post button on. This one here, it says correction to entry as posted to AR and should be 365000 donation. So the money, instead of being posted on to a revenue line, it was posted straight into the accounts receivable line.
Oh,
So then it
okay.
got, it just got,
Gave it a wrong,
yeah, just the wrong, like 6-digit account code.
right church, wrong pew.
Yes, yes. So that one you'll see only has the 2, because it didn't move from
Yeah,
to a different
I
fund.
want to give him to Dennis to sign.
Okay, so there's that one. This
You'll
one,
have to initial.
Yeah,
yeah, it'll come back. So then this one here that has the voided check on there, Rolane had paid this, but she had paid it, with, like, the name on the check was Star Printing. And so she thought that she hadn't paid it, so then she paid it a second time to the news group that actually owns Star Printing. So then the news group sent it back and said, this has already been paid, so this is just voiding that check. And you can see the voided check, and then the pages below it are
that goes to Harry.
voids. Void exclamation. There you go. Yep.
Yeah. Maybe I've dropped this laptop too many times already.
Hand this one this direction, so they're all kind of going the same way. So this pile of 3 is that unrolling, posting that SUDA, and then re-rolling. So each action has its own, but they all 3 kind of go together. Thank you.
How many vouchers are actually in the thing?
3.
A lot of little sticky notes.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of consolidated part of them.
Yeah, those were all signature. Here's one for Justice there.
Thank you.
USB card. I was like, man, what did I do with my book? But I literally just handed it to Harry.
I would hate to think that we are boring you.
No, I got COVID 2 weeks ago, and I just cannot
It's just one signature,
get over it. Just an initial on that one.
just on one page?
Yeah, on one page.
Secondaries coming up with your knocks the shit out of your immune system, and then you got secondaries.
I don't know that I got anything else, but because I'm just like super lethargic and have like a gunky kind of thing going on. But other than just that, I feel pretty okay. You know,
You're
and the doctor,
spinning your wheels.
yeah, just worn out. So they probably is a
there-
secondary thing.
Oh, okay.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have a better reason than I do, though.
Still a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt ill for about 3 days last week and that was it.
Yeah.
COVID, I think, was a lot like cancer happens to a lot of people. They get treatments and it knocks the immune system down so bad that secondaries come in and kill them.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't get that. I didn't, they have a medicine now, an antiviral for it. I didn't take it because the doctor told me that it's just like really bad for your liver. And my mom, well, she was an alcoholic, but she just died from cirrhosis. So I'm like, I'm not doing
Doesn't help
anything.
your liver out, does it?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not doing anything to this old girl in here. I need to keep that for a long time. So I just decided to
Are
stick
these
it
all the
out.
same or different?
They have different numbers.
Okay, that's all.
I have
Okay,
an
yeah.
acquaintance that had liver.
I'm just putting down the numbers.
transplant.
Oh, yeah.
Explaining what they are.
She never stopped drinking long enough to be able to get a liver transplant. But yeah, I know I'll never go through that because I have now watched that happen 2 times. And so
Once would have been enough.
once would have been enough, but
There you go.
do you guys need to do a motion on these journal entries at all? Or
Never have in the past.
I'm telling you, my brain is in outer space right now, so everybody's
If you got the signatures, you're okay.
Okay.
And I mentioned them in the minutes.
Okay. And then the final thing that I have, I guess we're gonna talk about the meal room reimbursements and the use of the courtroom and stuff, but the last thing that I personally have is this records destruction document. It is just some old petty cash bank
Is
statements.
it the second stage? Second signatures,
No, well, this is the approval signature.
first signature?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, first signature is you guys, second signature is us. Oh, Fran didn't sign it up at the top, so I'll just maybe cross Fran's name out and put my name up there. So I guess it kind of is second signature, but
What is
so
it?
it's 2 inches of old.
Oh, it's
petty
an
cash
RM
bank.
88.
Yeah, RM 88,
That's what I was
sorry.
trying to figure out what you were talking about.
Yes, it's an RM 88.
Yeah, I just gotta find my.
Entertain a motion to
What?
accept the RM 88.
I so move.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I didn't hear what he said.
You ever go to Allen?
Oh, Al-Anon? No, I didn't.
There help.
Yeah, I thought about it, but
Was
I
that
don't know.
for the clerk and recorder's office?
Yeah.
yeah, quick recorder, yep. Yeah, it was petty cash statements. Is what it was.
What's with the meal reimbursement?
Oh, just, you talked with Garrett about it in Helena. Our meal reimbursements are like crazy low for what meals actually cost.
Yep.
So,
Terrible.
yeah, so it's almost time for you guys to sign a new resolution approving.
Comes from
Reimbursements
Mako,
and
doesn't
stuff.
it?
Well, it does come from Mako.
What we ought to do is set the policy like Mako is, either your receipt or the minimum payment.
Oh, yeah. Well, so we
If
got,
it gets out of hand, you can go back to that employee and say, hey, we don't mean T-bone steaks and ribeyes.
yeah, we got a sample resolution that Treasure County passed. And so they kept it the same way like that we had it, but instead of using Mako's rates, I think it was like $13 for breakfast, 15 for lunch. I don't know. It's at my desk. Sherry and I were both gonna come in and talk about that part. But yeah, that was what we were gonna talk about, and I'll go grab, and Dan is gonna help us work on wording for a resolution, like whenever you guys make a decision. Cause that's one of those we're supposed to sign every January, that and the posting dates. So we've got those on the agenda for January.
For,
The meal reimbursement rates or the travel reimbursement rates is one resolution, and then posting for the agendas is another resolution. And we've got both of those on the agenda. I'm gonna go grab Sherry because she definitely wants to be in here about the courtroom and that stuff, but I'll be right back and maybe I'll print out that Treasure County one
Yeah, if you
so you
would,
guys can see what they did,
I'd rather do, just a base instead of a receipt deal.
like doing a receipt.
Maybe
too
just-
many,
just
the
up-
receipts get lost the damn easy.
Well, just a minute. You misunderstood what I said. You either get minimum or the receipt. If you lose the receipt, you still get the minimum.
I see what you're saying. Gotcha.
And that's the way it is. Like if I go and I've had John Osmond and whatever, we'll all sit down, I'll say, I'll put it on my card. I just put on the receipt,
3,
the 3 guys that were there. And this is the ticket, and then you take a picture of it with your phone and I send it immediately to Mako.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah.
This is the sample letter that they gave us for the extension for the Milwaukee Bridge. I put in this information up here, and then this is all what they had written in there. And then the back page is a signature page for you guys. So if
That's
we
why
can do
we-
that today, we can scan it in and send it back to them because they need it by the end of December, so if you keep waiting.
Is that on the
yeah.
$160?
Who made this,
I don't-
Tara?
Oh, yeah.
160,000.
160.
Yeah, $160,000.
Yeah. That's on the Milwaukee Bridge.
That's the map.
Entertain a motion.
I so move.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
I
Aye.
sign it and send it fast.
And that's what the gal with the.
That's what Tara wants.
Yeah, she just sent it to me and I just
Okay.
filled in
And
your guys.
you'll email it back to her then?
Yes, I can
Okay.
scan it in and. send it
Thank
back.
you, Harry.
Three spots to sign.
Oh, 3 of them. You don't get to do it all by your lonesome?
You're a really lucky guy if you got over there making coffee. Really need to.
Linda knows, so I bet
Oh, is it?
there's a guy.
Oh,
He left for a while.
You have the floor.
Well, I was kind of brought in the loop on this later, so, but we'll talk about it. Christine and Garrett, that apparently had a conversation about meal reimbursements. And that we were thinking that it wasn't sufficient enough to cover costs. And so I reached out to, because I know that Treasure County follows, instead of doing the in-state, they do if you're traveling out of state. They do out of state. So I called them and I got their resolution of what they did and how they did it. There's nothing in statute that says, but we do need to accept that resolution. And it's just the meals, like you can't buy a breakfast for $8.50.
They're buffets at the hotels.
The thing I'm afraid of, if you went to, you could also go to where they had to turn in their receipts, but I think you could get into a whole nother mess with turning in their receipts. I think you need to set the fee or stay with what it is. We were just giving, and I believe that Treasure County also increased what they will pay for motel. But we've always done that by discretion anyway, but they do have it on their resolution.
They made a point of putting the amount down. We just honor it.
We just honor whatever they end up charging, but
What you should do is, meal should just be receipt or the
I think you're
minimum
gonna get
payment.
into trouble with that because some people are gonna do a steak dinner or a whatever, and that's, I think you need to have, if you're gonna order a steak dinner, you should pay the difference. Sorry. I don't think you should be entitled to having a steak dinner. That's gonna be like a $50 meal. Some places it's $50 for a steak.
50, 70.
Yeah. I don't think you wanna get into that.
What's the out of state?
Out of state's about,
It's more
it's
reasonable,
quite a bit higher.
Do you have your Mako app? They don't tell you the out of state. They just follow the out of state versus the in-state. Is basically what they follow, and it's what's on Mako's website for out of state rate.
I went to a burger place in Miles over by Lowe's, just a,
In Miles?
not at Lowe's in Billings. And, here's $22 for a hamburger, fries and a Coke. It's $22.
Oh, I should have printed them.
Yeah, I
That's just a run of the mill, nothing.
I think that's gonna be your worst part. If you open it up to receipts, I think you're gonna get in not everybody, but some people, you're gonna get yourself into trouble. I think it needs to be a set fee, and if you choose to go up and above that, then you realize that you pay the difference on that. And also, it makes it a lot nicer for our bookkeeping. Because then also, how fair is it? Like, if I go and I
Stick to the agenda.
or like, sometimes it's limited. I go to a place and I can't eat,
Well, yeah,
so I maybe get a side salad. So I only get reimbursed for the side salad when I have to go, do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I think everybody should get the same.
Are you making a suggestion or recommendation to us? About
I think we should go with the.
All right. The state GSA meal rate, this is government, federal,
Oh, I printed you one.
is 16, 19, and 28.
16, 19, and 28.
Which is high, a little bit higher than what Treasure did. Treasure did 13, 15, and 26.
Yeah, but they'll upgrade it to the new rates.
Oh, these are the new rates you're talking about, 16, 19,
Well-
and 28?
Yeah, and I think that
The
Treasure-
GSA rate.
Treasure
Government
County
standard.
used the out-of-state rates
That's what
that
he's
Mako
looking
has on the
looking at.
website.
But there's one up.
What does GSA mean?
Government standard in,
Government standard or whatever is.
Okay.
They use
But this is
federal.
24. They haven't probably redone their resolution.
Yeah,
For
probably
25.
not. But this is what their resolution looks like.
Yeah, because they did this the second day of January,
So
2024.
starting
oh, I don't know if you